Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to see you here today, live in front of me, but also, of course, online. There are people present, so thank you for joining our seminar. Окремо вітаємо тут і онлайн наших колег з України. Ласкаво просимо. I want to give a special welcome to our Ukrainian colleagues here today, but also online, because you took all the effort to be here with us. I know it's a long way for you guys, and I'm really grateful that you could be here and that you want to share your experiences with us, because you live in a different context, and we're here to talk about service learning in times of war and recovery. So I'm really grateful that you want to share your stories with us today. So today's event, like I said, is a seminar on impact of service learning pedagogy in wartime and recovery. And it's part of the broader project, an Erasmus Plus project, ServU, which stands for Service Learning in Higher Education for Ukraine's Recovery. And it actually kicked off in November 2023, so it's already a few years ago. And my colleague Kathia and I, we had the opportunity to go to Lviv in the west of Ukraine for the kickoff meeting. And for us, it left a lasting impression on us, because, we were able to see what the value was of this ServU project. You can always learn and read a project proposal, but it's not the same as really meeting the people that you will be working with, and also try to experience a little bit of what you're going through every day, and already for a couple of years at this moment. So we already had a long way of this ServU project. We already did a lot of things together. For example, we developed already guidelines for adapting service learning to a context of war and recovery. We also had an adaptation of the community needs assessments to be done in service learning. And that at this moment, in this phase of the project, we were trying to develop 6 service learning courses in 3 Ukrainian universities. So it's the Ukrainian Catholic University, it is Sumy State University, and Dnipro University of Technology. And of course, all the things that we developed in the course of the ServU project, we all needed these things to really start this phase of the project and to really start developing these courses. And today I'm really happy to share with you, or at least the teachers will share with you, what they developed in their service learning courses, and that we can reflect on the impact of these courses, not only on the local territorial communities, but also on students and teachers themselves. So we are really looking forward to learning from your insights and experience today. And I also want to invite you to share your experiences and your perspectives during the seminar today. So to formally welcome you, I would like to invite Heidi Mertens to the stage. Heidi Mertens is the director of KU Leuven Engage, and she will talk about how we at KU Leuven want to give service to society.
Hi, special welcome to our partners, and very special welcome to our partners from Ukraine, and also especially for those online who couldn't make it to come. Even some people I did hear last minute couldn't make it to come over. So I hope we can send you some warmth and some greetings and shared expertise together. So some of you I met before. I'm the director of KU Leuven Engage, and I especially want to welcome you also in the name of our university board, and also on behalf of the whole team of KU Leuven Engage. And what you are doing, what we are doing here together, really fits very well in the mission of our university, of our universities together collectively in Europe. And that's about society, that our universities are not as standalone institutions, but really serving society and learning from society and bringing those shared experiences together. And that's something we can do with the pedagogy of service learning, but that's also something we can do in really sharing experiences, building together, and also by our lobby work towards the European Union, on war, on recovery, and so on, and really pushing this on the agenda and pushing for the sense of urgency. Because indeed, unfortunately, the title is recovery, but still, unfortunately, we are in the wartime as well. So I really want to embrace the shared efforts you are doing within the courses, into the practice with the local communities and so on. And I can also tell you, I'm trying to, we at KU Leuven, we have a new board. A new rector is elected as well. Some of you met our previous rector, Luc Sels. And so since the 1st of August, we have Séverine Vermeire as a new rector, the first women in 600 years of history of university. So yeah, we are very happy with this, although this is very late, but we welcome her very much. And at the beginning of our academic year, opening of academic year, there is always the rector's speech. And she said, social impact must not be an afterthought. It's the very reason we exist. And we aim not only to understand the world, but also to help to shape it. For us, the team of Engage, these are very important words that really recognize the fact that we don't see impact only as business orientation of this kind of type of impacts, also in economic crises, but it's really about societal impact. And these are not only words in the air, or like we see sometimes with speeches, but the effort that has been done really to institutionalize Engage, and the engagement of the university is with the creation of our office of KU Leuven Engage. And there, what was a project before of service learning with Marianne and Kathia, and now also Abi, it was in this faculty. It was initiated by Professor Nicolas Standaard years ago, together with many colleagues. And we are happy that the university did the effort to institutionalize service learning, really to also to link this with the goal that we want engaged learning for every student and as much service learning courses as possible. That we also want to work on quality assurance, and we really want our students to be prepared for society and all the challenges in society. And in that sense, our universities can become kind of common places with like a lighthouse for hope for a future generation. And that is really what we want to build together, what you as Ukrainian partners see in practice and experience in practice. And we really also want to challenge our own students in the reality check in what the world we are living in, and how to become agents, active agents in society. And so with KU Leuven Engage, our mission is that we connect and stimulate students, staff, and partners to take social responsibility. And we start from the core values of sustainability, solidarity, and inclusion. It's about working in solidarity on inclusion and sustainability. And the offices, the previous offices of sustainability, diversity and inclusion, and then together with the service learning, science shop, community engagement for students are brought together. And this, I will see, leave the slides. Yeah, okay, work. And by bringing this together, we can really work on our sustainability policies, also sustainability education, and connect this with inclusive policies. I remember last time you also said that you had a challenge on physical accessibility, for example, for students coming back from the war zone, and how to adapt the environments physically. This is also something we really work on together, and that creates opportunities We still need to grab them on how we can connect service learning, for example, with these challenges, other challenges on sustainability and inclusion in the university. And we don't do that alone, of course. We do this together with communities within the KU Leuven. We take special engagements on diversity, inclusion, sustainability, and the societal partners. So we are still there in the beginning. We are a bit piloting. I need to be honest about that. We have our mission, and we really want to build on with collaborations like partners as you are, also really in order to create this broader social impact with many students and staff. Okay, so thank you, and have a great day. Very looking forward also to you, Sophia, but I think you will introduce. Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you, Heidi, for introducing the seminar for us. We will just have to check something with the recording because we want to disseminate this seminar later, so we'll just have to check some technical things. Actually, I'm not really doing something here, so thank you so much. So I will just start going. So yeah, thank you, Heidi, for introducing us and really welcoming our colleagues to KU Leuven. To really introduce this seminar, I think for me the best way to do that is to invite Sophia Opatska to the stage because she wrote this project, so she can tell us all about why service learning is so valuable in times of war and recovery. And so we're very honored that you are here. Sophia Opatska is the Vice Rector of Strategic Development of the Ukrainian Catholic University. And she will talk about resilience through service learning, experience of Ukrainian higher education institution. So thank you, Sophia.
Good morning. It's good to be here together. I want to say in the beginning that things change so fast in Ukraine that I truly hope we will need less than 600 years before we elect first female rector in 3 of our universities, because I just realized that they all led by men by now, but that's okay, you know, we are getting there. Thank you, Marianne. Okay, so I would like to share some of my thoughts about building resilience through service learning, and those conclusions and thoughts, they were drawn from our experience, and I hope that it will be not calm and flat conversation, but or talk, but rather provocative exploration. As our lives today, they are defined by very sharp attitudes of crisis and survival. And I think, I hope I will give some of thoughts, experiences into my talk. It won't have a lot about our project, but I hope it will lay down the context in which we live and work right now. And I also believe that peaceful countries can learn a lot from us these days. Okay, I have to figure out how it works. Yeah, but I don't think it works. Which way do I have to? That's okay. That's how it normally happens everywhere. Oh, okay, thank you. So, but you helped me. Should I try it? Try. Okay, and then I can go back. Perfect, thank you so much. So international community often looks at us with admiration, comparing Ukrainians to David fighting Goliath. While we appreciate this comparison, for us, this is not a myth. It is a constant daily fight for the right to live. Ukrainians are also admired for being remarkably adaptable, operating businesses with generators outside of cafes, offices, stores, selling goods, working constantly, teaching children while parents light up football fields with cars' headlights to train so the training can continue. And this is not artificial intelligence. This is the pictures which happen from our daily life. And believe me, I picked those which are which still look very peaceful and still have a lot of positive energy inside. However, we must remember that for children, for teenagers, young adults, 4 years of full-scale invasion is entire formative lifespan. And we are working with those young people. It's not just a temporary disruption in their lives. It's 4 years of their overall, I don't know, 8, 12, 16, 20 years of their life experience. So I would like to talk a little bit about how can we as educators influence those young people. And while I will connect resilience to service learning, we also have to face a hard truth that these days resilience literally depends on whether you can afford it. If you have money for an inverter, EcoFlow, or generator, I don't know if our European colleagues know what does it mean, because we all know those words now pretty well. If you have money for those things, you can be resilient. But no one is truly resilient without water, heating, and electricity at -20. And in Ukraine, right now, it's -20. In Sumy, it was yesterday -25, I believe. In Lviv, it was less, but we got totally freezing rain, and everything was just frozen. This is especially true for a woman caring for small children living on 9th or 10th floor, or taking care of sick parents, often with her husband in cold trenches under the constant threat of Russian drones. I'm sure that all of my colleagues from Ukrainian delegation, we all know such person from our surrounding. So we are actually battling physical and mental fatigue, and everyone's morale is tested by these circumstances, which are not easy. Losing its goal on the battlefield, Russia has restored to humanitarian genocide. And since we lived through genocide in 1932, 1933 in Ukraine, we even have those intellectual discussions, should it be called genocide or we undermine our previous experience, you know? So indeed, living through those challenges, we are discussing, should it be called genocide or not, because our previous identity and previous history has some experience of that already. But Russians are attempting at the moment to freeze people in major cities like Kyiv, Odessa, you name it, any eastern city in Ukraine or central city. Even Western Ukrainian cities are facing some challenges with electricity because the system is shared and it touches everyone in Ukraine. They are also systematically targeting our energy, our educational and medical institutions. It's often in the perception of people in Western countries that war happens at the battlefield, but it's everyone who suffers. And educational and medical institutions, I think this targeting is very purposeful. It happens from the very beginning of full-scale invasion. And if you go to the website Save Schools in Ukraine, there is a data from Ministry of Education of Ukraine that total of 4,048 educational institutions in Ukraine have been affected by bombing and shelling, and 408 of them have been completely destroyed. So you cannot restore those buildings and what was happening there. You actually see here photos of Sumy State University, our partner in ServU project, and colleagues from which are present here. Despite having their buildings destroyed, they continue to run the university, educating and growing students despite those destructions. This is indeed a proof that we are fighting not just for the territory, but we are fighting for people and their future, because education is the future. And as people who are from universities, we know it. In this context, service learning acts as a trust glue, a social agreement where we combine humanitarian actions with academic rigor to find meaning in the darkness of war. But let me take it a little bit broader than just Ukraine, because I think it's something we all witness in different ways. The chaos we witness today is not limited to a single region in Europe. It is a global phenomenon where states with imperialistic vision and leaders on steroids push us into a state of deep uncertainty. Logic has become strange. If you focus solely on your work and avoid the news until evening, you may find that the earth is fundamentally different than it was in the morning. And it doesn't matter whether you are in Ukraine, in Greenland, or in Minnesota. This total absurdity of the 21st century reality creates a pervasive feeling of nonsense that no number of educational conferences can seem to dispel. We can spend all money we have in education on discussing that at the conferences, but the reality, unfortunately, is different right now. We are observing a scary lack of leadership character, critical thinking and judgment in various spheres, from corporate boardrooms to global politics. The erosion of these skills is a steady trend, leaving many so-called sleeping leaders unable to address the reality of evil and genocide when it manifests. In such a world, the most urgent question for us as educators is, how can we bring sense to our students in the world of nonsense? I believe we have kind of powerful instrument. We have many of them, but one of them can be service learning. So in December 2022, we were realizing that our students in Ukraine were desperate to feel the sense of purpose and be useful for the country. Many of them volunteered, many of them participated in different non-governmental organizations or movements, and it was pretty difficult to keep them in the classroom and talk about theory. So three Ukrainian and 3 European universities formed the ServU project, and we realized that while nonsense prevails in global news, sense is found in the coordinated collective action of students working directly with their local communities. I like the name of this project because from the name you can figure out a lot. You know, it's about serve you. Yeah? And though, as Heidi said, you know, we were thinking about recovery and we hope that war will be over by now, still, I must say that so-called fast reconstruction is happening all the time in Ukraine, because I mentioned number of schools which have been destroyed and totally or partially, we still need kids to be in schools. And people still need they need places to live, they need housing. And though those challenges and needs are constantly changing, and every 6 months Ukraine looks different, I think, in some sense, still this fast reconstruction is happening all the time. And I think we also had a great chance through this project to be part of this fast reconstruction. We have very many definitions of service learning, but maybe the one which I will use here is that, and what we have experienced in our project is that service learning serves as a transformative pedagogical approach that brings academic knowledge with practical action to address community challenges, in our case, during wartime in Ukraine. And for us, it was important to fit learning goals in the courses with community purposes. It was very important for us to build capacity of the communities among all partners, because you can also imagine how scary resources are, how scary is human capital right now in Ukraine. With so many people who left the country, with 1 million people who are serving in the Ukrainian armed forces, with many wounded, many people who already received different types of trauma, and often this trauma can be not seen, but it's there. It was also important for us to have critical reflection in the process, and that this critical reflection is intentionally designed and facilitated. As a C-level manager at the university, I have a lot of obligations as manager, but I also have some hobby as a scholar. You know, you have to choose what is your job and what is your hobby. So since beginning of COVID, and especially with full-scale invasion, I work with a number of my colleagues on the topic of resilience. And we mostly explore resilience in business organizations, since I come from business school. But we also look at we interview faculty members about what does it mean for them. We interview people who run NGOs. We try to write cases. So for me, for this presentation, it was interesting to see how service learning can be coordinated with resilience. How can we put those two concepts together? So there are many definitions of resilience as well as approaches to studying resilience. But in summary, resilience is a dynamic, multifaceted process that promotes adaptation, coping, and flourishing in context of adversity. And that's a little bit weird how you can feel flourishing in times of war. Well, I think it still happens, because otherwise people would not be people. To cultivate resilience, we must nurture 4 fundamental pillars: the capacity for positive response, again, positive response, the clarion sense of purpose, and I have been mentioning this sense of purpose which our students were looking for, supportive social connections, and skills transformation. We can compare the simplified model for resilience and what service learning can bring into it as one of most powerful tools in education. So from scholars, we know that emotional dimension of experience in service learning projects can contribute to developmental outcomes, including enhanced motivation, empathy, and persistence, which obviously helps capacity to face adverse situations in a positive way. Service learning is a tool that guides education toward overcoming challenges through the educational trajectory, while also fostering an awareness that can evolve into lifelong commitment. And that's about sense of purpose. And I can give you an example from our legal clinic that many of our students or graduates now who participated in the project, who had practice in legal clinic, they chose different way than corporate law, though their probably first intention was to get into corporate law. Service learning often exposes students to people and experiences that are new to them, potentially leading to openness to diverse perspectives and ways of being, as well as enhance empathy. And that's about supportive relationships and connections. And the last but not least is about skills transformation. Students emerge strengthened in specific skills after experience. And service learning is particularly well suited to cultivate high-order reasoning and critical thinking through critical reflection, because reflection is indeed a very big part of service learning, and it definitely is different from just project-based education. Critical reflection is the bridge which connects service and to learning. It is through deep introspection that our students learn what helps them cope and what stands in their way. Self-awareness helps to keep people from burning out because they are more turned into how they are functioning and what they need to continue to function well in challenging situations, especially if this challenging situation is 4 years long. Reflection develops emotional intelligence, problem-solving skills, and determination, thus increasing individual resilience. It helps to deepen relationship between students, instructor, and community members through the sharing of experience, thoughts, and emotions. And though reflective dialogue participants rethink their experience and build trust and empathy, which are key elements to social capital. And social capital increases community resilience by promoting coordinated collective actions, sharing of resources, and mutual support during war. Let me conclude with also maybe challenging you. I believe that we universities are, if I may say, in generational business, because we can see the results of our work through generations indeed. I always joke that many people cannot work in universities because they don't have this patience of seeing their results, because you have to wait for 4 or maybe 6 or sometimes just 2 years, but still 2 years, that's a very long production cycle. And you don't see the results immediately. You still need to wait for another 5 to 10 years to see how your former student, how graduate is going through life challenges and really self-realized in this life in whatever way. But it means we create the most lasting and cross-generational impacts. Perhaps the most important and transformative impacts when it comes to human personalities, human lives, social and community lives. Our role is to bring sense in times of nonsense, as I have said. And it can be sense of normality, as we do. It can be sense of togetherness. It can be a sense of community, sense of rebuilding, and the sense of hope. I would like to conclude with a statement which I observe with my colleagues in Ukraine more and more, that resilience, it's not an individual toughness, it's a relational strength. And the whole thing about service learning, it's about relations between people, and service learning can be a very helpful instrument to develop it. So I would like to leave you with that, and I'm ready to answer any questions you have. Thank you. If there are any questions. Yes.
Thank you for sharing your ideas about service learning, but also about the current struggles and the struggles that you have had all this time. Now that this project is coming towards its end, and you guys have done such incredible work, and there's a lot of actual impact that has been realized. But I wanted to ask you, from these last 2 years working on this project, what was maybe the most difficult part for you and just for the group in general, what do you think was the most challenging part of doing such a project in this specific context? Thank you.
Well, I think if you ask any top manager in Ukraine right now, what's their biggest challenge? It's people. How to keep people going on, how to keep moving forward every single day, no matter what happened at night, how many missiles were flying over your heads at night or during, like with our colleagues, they face it every single day, actually, and they can share it from Sumy. So I think this, how to keep people not in this fatigue state, but again, like I mentioned here about students, how to bring a sense of normality to people. And it's very big dichotomy which is in our heads at the moment, because in one way, how can we keep going every single day in kind of normality, but still remembering that this is not normality? Because that's one of the challenges, you know, we write a lot about the experience of Ukrainian organizations, of leaders in Ukraine. And sometimes I'm afraid that we are, on one hand, it's really good because that's our goal, to share our experience, and so that people who don't have this experience, they don't have to face it to learn from that. But at the same time, how not to normalize that? Because in a way, when we write a case about some organization, it's kind of normalizing that. So every time, you know, we are doing that, I have a note that it's not about normality. This is not what we are trying to do, to normalize. So I would say people, yes, in a way, how to keep, and especially with the longer term projects. It's like, how can you plan for 3 years in a country when you cannot plan your day in a couple of hours? How do you do it? But in reality, I think that this project was really good for us because it gave 3 years perspective. And after we wrote it, and Marianne, I have to add that it was not just me writing the project. There was a team, you know, it never happens with one person cannot do it. Maybe I was just the driver, you know, pushing everyone into this journey the most, but it's not one, you cannot write such project, create such project. And I think we had very good partnership from the very beginning. So I valued this project very much from these relations we have been able to build between partners. It does not happen always like that. I know it from other projects, so I valued it very much from that perspective, but also that it gave this 3 years timeline, and maybe it's true that we had different hopes, we had different expectations, but still what was inside the project, the deliverables we had, the work we have been doing, it was still very valuable. And I think we adapted some things. I think it was conclusion which we had yesterday when we were wrapping up, that you have to be very adaptable, and whenever you feel you should change something, you still have possibility. Even with the projects funded by EU, you can still change a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your explanation. I do have a specific question about, I mean, this is an educational platform. I myself come from arts education, higher arts education, and we also work together with Kharkiv State School of Arts. But the main thing that we are encountered while working with them is how can we counter your expectations? What do you expect from your partners? I mean, you have been setting this up, but I mean, knowing that when we step in such a process, we have a different expectations management. What do you expect from a partner when working with partners over here in the West?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I will just tell my opinion. It might be different from my colleagues here. In the process, we would expect now to to be attentive to what's going on in Ukraine. I will share a different experience, not from this project, but experience our university had with the University of Notre Dame. When full-scale invasion started, they really became very attentive partners. We had calls between top management of our university and their top management in the beginning every single week. They were just, it was like 30 minutes of a call, and they have been asking, how are you doing? What's going on? Tell us, so that we don't read it from the newspapers. We need to know from you. And how can we help? You know, and as I said, you know, every 6 months, Ukraine is different now, because we didn't have such challenges as we have right now 6 months ago. Okay, it was summer and we had problems with electricity because to air conditioning, but it was not -20. If I look a year ago, it was also different. So this empathy, and I think for us it's very important that partner is truly interested in what's going on in Ukraine. And then the solution can be found, you know, how do we do it? You have to be aware that sometimes people get on the calls from cafeteria, which is on generator, and you would be listening to the loud sound of generators. Or sometimes I get a call and I'm on the street and it's a generator, and I cannot even talk. Or for example, we had a board meeting last Saturday. I'm confused with the days now in Kyiv. Kyiv was totally blacked out on Saturday, and we had 6 people online. How do you keep your Zoom people in your Zoom from other countries participating in the board meeting of the university when the whole city is blacked out and subway is not even stopped? Well, we figured that out. We just need a little bit. We need patience from other side. Sometimes we cannot do it immediately. But people actually learn how to operate in those situations. We are very digitalized. We know how to do many things through our phone. I think sometimes, you know, without this, thank you very much for technical support and the system. But sometimes we can do things just with our phones, because this is what we learned to do. But this patience, empathy, eagerness to understand. How are you today? Are you okay? And people will say, yes, we are okay. Even if they are not, probably they will say, you know, we are more or less, you know. But maybe today is not the day, is not the good day. But tomorrow will be much better day.
There's also a question from the chat online. It's Bonnie, and Bonnie's asking about which kind of activities that were helping in building resilience.
Well, again, it's more on the personal level. Is it on the personal or organizational level? Because but it's the same. But so have as much routine as possible, and this is indeed why it's so important to have classes, no matter what happens. For students, no matter what happens, you need to be in class. It doesn't matter if it's online or offline, because it creates routine for people. When I don't have electricity in the house in the morning, I go and I get coffee in the coffee shop, because this is my routine. I have friends who do yoga in the morning and they do it no matter what happens. You know. So routine is very important. Sleep is very important. We are sleeping really good here. Thank you. I need to explain that, for example, in the business school, we have a lot of programs now which are ordered by companies who are sending their people to get training in, it does not actually matter in which topic, usually leadership or crisis management or whatever, but they are sending them to our business school not only to be in the classroom, but also have a little bit more of sleep, stability, and other things. I will also mention that Ukrainians pay a lot of attention to going to theaters, going to concerts, having artistic activities. So it's again a little bit about, it's not about routine, but this is something which distracts you. And it's also investment into our culture and our identity. So on one hand, you know, when I was a kid and my grandparents, they lived through Second World War, and my great-grandfather lived through First World War, and it was so confusing to me, how could people go to restaurants when war is going on for 4 years? But we go to restaurants. We have food sometimes in restaurants, probably less than usually, but still, as I mentioned, we go to movies, we go to theaters, we celebrate Christmas. Christmas is a big thing for us because it's actually something which differentiates us from Russians. They don't celebrate Christmas the way we do. Yes. On organizational level, the same. So we have on the board of our university, we have leader of biggest private Ukrainian post office company. And obviously businesses are very targeted right now as well. Like educational institutions, businesses are very targeted, not only because they provide services and pay taxes, but they are also kind of symbols of this resilience and stability for people. If you ask people who were deoccupied in, for example, Kherson region or in Kharkiv region, for them, the occupation meant that they will have, how does it look, the occupation? That they will have a railroad functioning again, that they will have private Ukrainian post office company back in their city, and that they will have one like retailer again as a symbol. So for them, the occupation was not just when Russians left and Ukrainian soldiers came and have put the flag. For them, the symbol of the occupation was getting free Ukrainian companies being part of their community again. This is how they imagine it. So coming back to this leader from this private post company, they recently lost 4 people in the Kharkiv terminal, and he said that the most important right now is to come back to work every single day. You know, for companies to bring people to work, for universities to bring students back to studies. That's very important part of that's our purpose now. Yeah.
Does anyone else have a last question?
Katia always has.
Yeah, maybe because we have seen also how what your resilience looks like in the context that you're in. And as I've mentioned several times, I feel like we're so comfortable still in the situation that we are in. So what lessons can we learn from you, since we're not in the same context, but maybe we should wake up a little bit more? What can we learn from your experience?
Well, I think the biggest learning for us is to hope for better, but prepare for worse. And I think you still can hope for better, but we gave already 4 years to prepare for worse. And I'm sorry, but I don't think you're prepared. I don't think you are. And I don't think people realize, and that's, again, well, it's a different topic, you know, what's the difference between totalitarian states and democracy, but I think democracy has its weaknesses. It has very short timeline for planning, and the timeline for planning is happiness of voters, and it's not what defines our resilience, unfortunately, and what defines how we can stand against totalitarian states. So I would say, even on the individual level, if you don't know what is inverter and echo flow and generator, find out how they work. If you can get private solar panels, do that. This distribution of energy, so the energy system has to be as distributed as possible. It has to be as autonomous as possible. Your functioning has to be as autonomous as possible. And this has nothing to do with egoism or egocentricity. It actually has to do a lot with responsibility of each citizen regarding defense of the country. So when it starts with defense of the country, it's not just about the state. It's about role of every single individual as a citizen to be able to protect what can be protected. And I think you have to start digging into that. Because we can do the next project to train everyone, you know. I mean, we don't have to, but we hope we don't have to, but we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia, for sharing your experience and your perspectives. So we will have a small coffee break at this moment. It will be until 11:15 for the people online. Maybe it's good to know. And I invite you to already take a look at the posters that we have here in the room, because these posters were made by the teachers of the Ukrainian universities who developed service learning courses. And it can already give you an idea about what the course is about and also the impact of these courses. We will, of course, present them, well, they will present them, I will not, but they will present them later on today, but it's maybe already fun to look at while you're having a coffee. So see you in like half an hour. Okay, welcome back. I hope you had some coffee and could look at the posters already. So this morning we listened to a keynote by Sophia. So yeah, it was really interesting to me. People online already mentioned that it was also interesting for them. And yeah, we talked about the war in Ukraine, of course. But what you also mentioned, Sophia, is that the situation is changing like every day, like even in weeks, in months, you can see really a difference. And so, yeah, there's a lot going on, but also during the project, a lot has changed already. And at the beginning of the project, we were thinking about, okay, we will identify 3 regions in Ukraine to work with because they had a different impact of the war at that time. So we chose Lviv and Uku because there were a lot of internally displaced people in that region. We worked together with Dnipro University of Technology because it was the front line. And we worked together with Sumy State University because at that time there were already parts of this region that were deoccupied. So they had a different impact of the war, and that's what we started with. And of course, a lot has already changed in the years. There's a lot of things evolved also for the community needs. But to start with, for us, it was important during this project to have a proper community needs assessment and to really adapt it as well to a context of war and recovery. And so that's why I want to invite Mykola Trehub, if I pronounce it correctly, to the stage. Yeah, perfect, nice. And he is from the Dnipro University of Technology, and he was work package leader of the work package that was for the community needs assessment. So he will talk about that. So.
Remember about the big button, yeah? Yeah, so just a few words before we start. So today's presentation will be about identifying the needs of territorial communities during the period of further recovery, as we discussed previously, and yesterday it was with Sophia and with the colleagues from Leuven, that before the projects have started, we thought that, for example, the year 2024, the year 2023, or 25, from the very beginning will be the first year of the Ukrainian recovery and further development. So now we see that today is the beginning of February and nothing have stopped. And in this case, it will be much more harder to realize which year will be the first year of Ukrainians' recovery. Up to this moment, just a few words about statistics. When we had a lot of discussions with Sophia, especially during the project development, at the phase of just describing territorial communities, describing the regions to apply for the project. We thought that the occupied regions, the occupied communities from Sumy will be okay because those communities are right now a bit more far from the front line. Imagine the year 2022 and those communities were about 20-40 kilometers from the front line. Sumy, those communities. Now, the front line are in front of that communities in 4 years. The same as well as was with Dnipro region. During the year 2022, we had about 100 kilometers from the front line, from the border of the region. Now we have 2-3 kilometers from the border from the region to the front line. And it's a very important thing to understand because during this period from 2022 up to 2024, Dnipro regional communities were also the hubs for IDPs. Right now, this is not the hub for IDPs. And so internally displaced persons are moving towards to Western regions further and further. So it's also a very important fact that we should realize that those things that we have identified previously during the year 2022, during the first year full-scale invasion, and I have to notice that the overall invasion to Ukraine have started 2014. So already 12 years we have big invasion that have stopped just for a short time. And after that, it have started with much more power and bigger capacity. So in this case, I have to just clearly, so all of us should understand very clearly that all of those needs that were described during the project design, all of those needs that were assessed during the project realization at the work package 3, and all of those needs that we have right now in February 2026, it's a big difference for all those territorial communities. And today's presentation I will share also with colleagues from Sumy and all colleagues from Lviv. They will say a few words about those things that I noticed during the project realization. But nevertheless, what we have started, we have started with the community needs assessment. It was a very important thing to start with because we couldn't imagine what do we need to start and what do we need to present for territorial communities, what do they need. So first of all, we were trying to understand what will be the first steps to the post-war recovery of territorial communities. And we have started with the designing of the questionnaire to understand what are the key, what is the focus for those territorial communities. So also it helped us a lot to identify the urgent needs and to identify those challenges that territorial communities they are having right now and they will have in the nearest future. So, and also we have identified the priorities. And it's very good for us to understand that all the communities that we have in that project, they identified the learning needs as the basic need for the community development. All of them, they understand they have a lot of problems. Further slides, I will show you the problems, joint common problems for all territorial communities in the project. But the problem with learning and problem with those things that they should somehow develop themselves. So it's a very important thing for them. So we found that this project very important for both for territorial communities and higher educational institutions in that case, because it connects universities to real world, to real life. And now we understand what should we do? We should align our learning outcomes to those needs of those territorial communities. And we should definitely strengthen our third mission of higher education institution, not only by learning and research. And also, that was a joke I didn't tell you yesterday. We've discussed also with Sophia yesterday that there are 3 missions. I think that after the previous event that was yesterday, I think we have at least 4 missions. Learning, research, third mission, yeah, and doing without understanding whether it's good or not. We should do. We should at least do anything to improve the capacity of territorial communities. So that will be probably our main ambitious mission for our next several years. So what about problems? We have divided them into 6 big groups. Demographic challenges, infrastructure problems, economic difficulties, social adaptation and psychological support, community safety and resilience, civic engagement and cooperation with universities. So we really feel that all of them are very important, and we were trying and we tried to do our best to evaluate what is the top needs for territorial communities, and those 6 of them are the following, and they could be characterized in a very interesting way, because demographic challenges, we feel that in all the territorial communities that were involved in the process of development or designing the project activities during the realization of the project, we feel that they are very much aware of shortage of the labor market. That's a very important thing, and probably there are a lot of reasons why it has happened, and still there is a lack of understanding what to do. Another thing, infrastructure problem. From one point of view, the Western regions, they feel very much influenced by too many people, IDPs, and infrastructure is really cannot overcome all of those problems. And for example, central and eastern parts of Ukraine, they feel destroyed infrastructure, and they feel the influence of destroyed infrastructure. So both of them are problems. Another very important issue, economic difficulties. And we really feel that the limited internal resources is very much influencing on this aspect. And we cannot also influence on small business or medium-sized business to stay in Ukraine. It's very complicated right now to do that, but territorial communities do a lot to make those businesses acting, because without those businesses it will be impossible to get any taxes paid, and no probability for development of those territorial communities at all. Social adaptation and psychological support are very important for development of territorial communities and for understanding them as the hubs for IDPs, for example. And the need of that support is also very important for veterans. There are a lot of veterans right now in Ukraine. They cannot be the part of the army right now, and they have to somehow to be involved in real life in all those processes and economic process. And so in some case, they should overcome those psychological aspects or issues, and somehow to adapt by learning, by getting new profession, by understanding the importance of their future in Ukraine and to be the part of Ukraine, because many of those veterans, it's possible for them to cross the border and not to be in Ukraine, but most of them, they stay here, they stay in Ukraine, and definitely they want to be a part of this big event called overall restoration of Ukraine. That's a very important thing also for them. Community safety and resilience. Especially, not also, especially, these safety reasons are very important for those communities that are near the front line. And the schools, kindergartens, they should work somehow. And imagine the time to Sumy with the ballistic alert. When the ballistic alert starts, definitely the rocket is on the ground already. So it takes about 40-50 seconds to get the rocket from the nearest region. To Dnipro, it will be about 1.5 minutes. To Kharkiv, it's about 40-50 seconds. To Kyiv, it's about 2.5 minutes. To Western regions, it takes about 4-5 minutes to get that missile attack. But still, there is a lack of possibilities to overcome that problems, and the community safety and resilience are the most important aspects, because it's impossible to have normal learning process, studying process, research process when you cannot avoid or you cannot somehow save the lives of those people that want to be a part of that things. Also, a very important thing, the last but not the least thing, is civic engagement, cooperation with universities. And we really feel that, we had a lot of discussions yesterday about that, and we really feel that higher education institutions and territorial communities, both, they understand that this cooperation is crucial for those parties. And probably not all territorial communities and not all universities, they understand how to do that. And so I had a lot of communications with other higher education institutions in Ukraine, and there is somehow I will try to say just a small joke about that yet. I was wondering, there was some 6 or 7 higher education institutions, and I was wondering who have ever worked with territorial communities. It was the training process with we were trying to explain yesterday about that, but I was wondering who was trying to work with territorial communities. And one university, just some participants, they raised the hand and they told that we were trying to work with territorial communities. That was a very, very, very bad story of us, and I was wondering why it happened like that. They told me that we had rather interesting communication with territorial community. We were wondering about all of those needs of territorial community. We also have the list of those problems. We were trying to operate with those lists. We had a lot of discussions inside the university. And you know what? And I was wondering what? We came to territorial community and told them, that's the wrong list. And after that, somehow they stopped working with territorial community. I don't know why. Yeah, that's the wrong list. The territorial community cannot say the correct name of those problems they have. And university is really thinks that university knows better what are the real problem, what are not. We didn't do that mistake. We made the analysis, and those deep analysis showed that all the territorial communities that we had, they have joint problems and have the pains and so many difficulties to work with. You may see there are 6 communities, but during the project realization we had very specific things, because like Sumy region, the occupied communities, at the very beginning it was okay, but during the project realization it was not okay because that was the front line. And Sumy decided also to include another territorial community, the Sumy City Territorial Community, because the Sumy itself is a territorial community like all of the other regional centers. So, and we had to deal somehow with all of those operational problems, and we decided to do this community needs assessment also for the third territorial community to work with. That's one small point, but it's very important for all the team to focus our attention on those things that we have done, and many things have been changed. And many things have been changing rapidly. During the realization of the work package 3, you may find different reports. We have all the memorandums of cooperation with all of the territorial communities. We had reports on the research provided for those territorial communities. And you may see that they are complete in different regions of Ukraine, different parts of Ukraine, sorry. And you may see that there are also guidelines for needs assessment. We have the toolkit designed for the training problem of how to build bridges between territorial communities based on community needs assessment. So, and now I'd like to give the floor to our colleagues from Sumy State University to describe a little bit what have been realized, what have been done with territorial communities, and what are the results of those work package 3 that influence on designing those projects that you have seen during the post-test presentation. So, Olga Luta, welcome, please, to be the part of this very interesting event that we have right now. Always think about the big green button.
Okay.
Yeah, this one.
I will try to remember. Dear colleagues, my name is Olga Luta, and I'm the representative of Sumy State University. First of all, I'd like to say that it's really great pleasure to be here today in Leuven, bringing together partners, not only one project, but partners which share our common values. And today I'd like to say how Sumy State University take part in our project and how we made conducting context analysis and how we communicate with our local territory communities. As Mykola said, really, during conducting the project, we had some changes because from the very beginning of the project, we made CNA analysis for two communities. It's Putivl and Konotop communities because according to the project, these communities were deoccupied. But every day, the situation became worse and worse. And certainly taking into account the safety of our students and our teachers, we decided to change community and we made CNA analysis for Sumy local community and conduct courses, disciplines here in Sumy, because Sumy it's also, as a city, it's territorial community.
The big green button.
Big green.
Yeah, the small green is the wrong way. It's to destroy something. Not here, but Marianne told never push the green.
Marianne, please back to the second. Yeah, yes. So, first,
That's
second.
the red button.
That's
Second.
So the green button? Yeah.
The red button is not the green one.
Yeah.
You're right. First of all, I'd like to say some words about our community. On the left side, you see the map of Ukraine and you see the location of Sumy region. First of all, I'd like to say that Sumy region is located on the northeast of Ukraine, and another fact is the longest border with Russia from all other regions of Ukraine. And on the right side, you see special digital platform which we call Deep State Map. And you see data for the 4th of February, and you see the destination between Frontline and Sumy. For today, it's only 25 kilometers. What does it mean, 25 kilometers? It's only 15 minutes by car. It's something about 2 hours by bike, and only 5 hours by feet. And certainly our location, and certainly this destination determines main challenges of our region and our community. And first of all, certainly, is exceptional security situation. We are under air raid alert about 22 hours every day. And it's not a joke, 22 hours. I really looked today at my phone and hours which were yesterday, and it was 22 hours from 24 hours. On the left, you see photo of one of Russian bombing, and the first floor, in the middle of this building, on the first floor, it's my own working room. He was here. Now I have another working room, but this picture shows us the mentality of Russians, because it's university, it's the center of science in all world. I don't speak about Ukraine, I speak about all world. University, it's the center of research. University, it's the center of future. And we understand that their goal is to destroy our future. Speaking about all other needs, we understand that the main is security situation, and all other needs are connected with this fact. And first of all is emotional burnout, because it's very difficult to be stable when you have 20 hours of air raid alert and you hear during all day this sound. And when we made CNA analysis, we determined these needs, and we have a rather difficult task. How can we choose course for service learning? Because if we look at these needs, we understand that all of them are very important. But speaking about emotional burnout, we thought not only about adults. First of all, we thought about our children. What is childhood for most of us who are presenting in this audience? It's joy. It's a time when you go to school, when you go to cinema, when you go to other entertainments, when you communicate with their friends, when you fall in love. And this time you remember during all your life, and you think that it's the happiest time in your life for most of us. What about our children? The situation is absolutely different. Do you know what the most difficult when you communicate with our children? For me, it's their eyes. Even when they smile, their eyes are quite different. They are absolutely sad. Our children knows all kinds of shahed and drones. They can distinguish by ears what is the sound. Is it shahed? Is it drone? And other kind of weapon. Their everyday life connects with bomb shelters, with online studying, learning, and everyday fear for their own life. Our children became adult much more faster than children in other countries. And for sure, our children will never be the same as children in Poland, Germany, Belgium, or other European country. That's why our choice was absolutely reasonable. We decided first course was course mental health, child mental health support for service learning, because we are responsible for the future of our child, for the future of our children, because children is the future of our country. Another course for service learning, we decided to take entrepreneurship and digital business communication. Why? Because economic situation in Sumy region is rather difficult. Because, first of all, taking into account the location of our community, many business, many enterprises now are relocated. And we understand there is no enterprise, there is no taxes, and the level of unemployability is very high. Moreover, we have a lot of internally displaced people. Unfortunately, one part of Sumy region is occupied now. Another part of Sumy region has everyday attack, and to live here is impossible. Many people don't want to go far, for example, abroad and to western part of Ukraine. It's very, very difficult to leave your own home. If you leave your home, you leave your heart. Not part of your heart, but you leave your heart. That's why people don't want to go very far. They think it will be end in 1 week, 2 or months, and I will be as much as possible to my own home. That's why people from the nearest village which are around our city came to Sumy. That's why we have a lot of internally displaced persons. Imagine, most of them will never return home because their houses are destroyed. And the most important thing, the territory is occupied. They have to start new life. And first of all, they have to find work. But there is no enterprises. What shall they do? What can they do to start their own business? I have a small story to demonstrate the mental condition and mentality of Ukrainian people. Some days ago, before our business trip, I had breakfast in the morning, switch on TV, and saw news. We have very small town, not far from Sumy. It calls Bilopilya, but you have to understand that it's only 5 kilometers to the front line. 5. What I saw, young woman which decided in that times open cafe, because he said cafe is the last thing people give up. But he said, but I have no skills, I have no knowledges for business. And I think, on the one hand, I think, oh my God, 5 kilometers to the front line. But on the other hand, wow, it's our project. ServU, because we give knowledges for people, especially for women. You know, certainly we speak about gender equality every day, but for women to find new work is rather difficult, especially for young women, because they have children, because they have to pay their attention to family, to children, and frankly speaking, very often they hear, oh, you are a woman, your children will be ill, you will not go to work, and so on and so on. That's why our another decision was this course. Today we will hear from our teachers, Viktoriia and Anastasiia, in details how they conducted their disciplines. But I should to say, our teachers are great, because service learning, it's absolutely new pedagogical methods. But they were so brave to jump into it and did their best for this. And we really have great results. Key takeaways for our university. Certainly, we have much more close communication and cooperation with our local communities. They understood that we want them to help, and we are interested in their needs, and we know how to do something. Certainly, it's impossible in framework of one course, one discipline, to change all the world. But if our courses, our children became more stable, more funful, it's a result. When one woman from 10 who listened to the course Entrepreneurship will start her business, I think it's a result. And for me, certainly, we have a lot of advantages, and taking into account lack of time, I will not say about it. But for me, again, I see eyes of our students after courses. Can you imagine students, 17 years old, 18 years old, as usual, they think, what can I do? How can I change? How can I change this world? But after these courses, they really understood that everybody can change world for better. And for them, it was absolutely new thing and new understanding. And I think for some of them, it was new stage of his life when with active position in this world. And I think that this project has and will have great future, because we have a lot of problems, because our local communities understand that they can involve universities, and students also understand that they can change this world for better. That's why, as said Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And our project proves these words. Thank you so much for your attention.
I think that we should follow our presentation. Thanks for presenting us again the big green button, and again it's not working. Again, just to yeah, that's good, that's perfect. A few words from the Lviv University. It's Ukrainian Catholic University, and Sophia Opatska, who joins us about the territorial community, about Truskavetska territorial community and the Kozivska territorial community that we're working together inside the project. So, Sophia, welcome.
I will maybe just, I mean, comparing to how Sumy and Dnipro live through everyday challenges, you know, I feel we are very relaxed in Lviv, and though at the same time we have our own issues. So yes, a lot of people were going through Lviv region to the west. So indeed, our region became kind of a hub, but it's interesting that at the same time, it's a region where a lot of people could not stay because it became too expensive to stay. Another issue which we mentioned yesterday, it's interesting, but there are a lot of children in Lviv region who relocated to the region 4 years ago, but they are still going to the school not near their home, but who are still going to the school where they are originally from, but online. That's very specific and interesting fact, which shows that people truly believe that they can go back and they don't want to lose their social ties with the place where they have been born. So we worked with 2 territorial communities, and we engaged faculty from public administration and from sociology. And they made the focus groups, like the approach we had in the project overall. And in the end, we have chosen to work. I think for us, it was a great marker to decide with where we can make the biggest impact. Because the way how people from territorial community are interacting with you shows a lot. Are they ready to cooperate? Are they open to cooperate? Are they open, especially from the administration? Are they ready to get engaged? Are they ready to talk about problems? Well, it's interesting because our experience with Truskavetsk was it's kind of special town, which has a lot of which is in the recreation area, but it has a lot of right now a lot of military people, veterans on rehabilitation. But our experience was that we did not see this desire to talk openly about problems, and we chose other region. We chose. Mykola, do you have the?
Yeah, the next one. Yeah.
Yeah. So we chose another very small town, which is in Territorial region, and we decided to work with them, mostly again through due to the reason that it's pretty depressive region. I mean, that's the fact. I think they realize that. They truly hope that somehow there is some magic how to keep young people there, because there is little future if you don't have young people in the region. And I think that's also because it's very typical problem and issue for Western Ukrainian small towns. And not only Western Ukrainian, but at least this is how we saw it. And in the afternoon, I don't want to go into courses because I'm sure our colleagues who truly worked on the courses can share much more about that. But just to summarize, I mean, obviously challenges and issues in west of Ukraine are different than on east or northeast, but they are still there and they have to be tackled, because if they are not tackled in systematic way, some communities, they don't have capacity and they don't have future. And we definitely need them to be places with the future. Because again, with huge relocation of people, big cities, they cannot absorb everyone in the proper manner. And I think the future of the country should not be located only in big cities. We should, avoid this this way of thinking. Yes. So thank you.
So, and to finalize all of these things we have presented, and because we're out of time right now, and probably we need to somehow to finalize the presentation, I'd like to say a few words that all of those things that were designed during the realization of Work Package 3 by using the methods of community needs assessment, of different evidence base on those what happens in territorial communities. It was really important step, just the first step to design the Work Package 4, and those results that we have at Work Package 4, they are based on that qualitative and quantitative research things and results of that research. It was very hard to explain to territorial community why did we choose that territorial community instead of another one, because due to project results we had to choose only one community, and we had opportunity and challenges to understand which one would be better. In case of Sumy, complete another one, not from those two ones, it's another third one community. Also, Sophia told that it was very hard decision for Lviv region to get another territorial community from another region, but it worked well. For us, it was also challenging, but we decided to take Chumakivska community. It's located near the Dnipro city, and for us it was, from the one point of view, it was a bit easier to communicate to them. And from another point of view, this territorial community is very focused on development. So they do a lot of things to increase their capacities in learning. They do a lot of things to make an offline learning at schools and kindergartens. So they do a lot of things to make their community safe and resilient, and it really helps us a lot. And we're trying to do our best to design different courses. We had courses in energy management and the modernization of energy systems, and there were a lot of specific objects that we're trying to collaborate with, and students were designing from their point of view those things. For one part of students, one part of teams, they were designing, another part presenting and redeveloping and reshaping, understanding how to deal with all of these things. And another very important project concerning the financial aspects, how to make that community resilience. I really hope that during the coffee breaks and during this whole day, there will be a lot of opportunities to talk to all of those who were involved on these processes from each universities that are here. And we all welcome you to be open to discuss, to ask questions, as many as you can, and we'll try to share our ideas and opinions. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the opportunity to presenting you here. Thank you.
Okay, so I know it's time for lunch, but it's really interesting to hear these presentations. So I still want to ask if someone has questions, because I think it's important to also ask them or be able to ask them. We already have one in the chat, so maybe I'll just start with that one. The question is, you spoke about internally displaced people, but people online are also wondering, is there also some options for Ukrainian students abroad, like the diaspora, how do you say it? Yeah, to connect with their hometown or hometown school.
Thank you so much. So yes, there are a lot of opportunities, and since the full-scale invasion have started, I think that all of our universities, there are a lot of good examples, like twinning program of Sumy State University, a lot of mobility programs with Ukrainian Catholic University. We have also inside Ukraine, so as 3 universities, we are in one alliance of Ukrainian universities. We have mobility opportunities for our students inside Ukraine. So it means that a lot of possibilities to join western, eastern, central regions of Ukraine by just one united alliance. So it's a very good opportunity for us. But as far as I know, concerning the Dnipro University of Technology, since the full-scale invasion have started, we had a lot of applications to other universities abroad, and our students applied a lot. And according to statistics that we have right now, that all those students that have applied for credit mobility, semester mobility, year mobility program, double degree programs, they return back home. That's a very significant number of students that want to, and they have their chance to stay there, but they didn't use it. So it's very promising, and we really believe that's so many things are common for all those universities that present here, the Alliance of Ukrainian Universities and the ServU project. So I think that that's a good mark that we have joint future resilient, good, and we're ready to rebuild Ukraine.
Thank you. She's saying thank you, so I think it answers the question. Does someone else have a question, remarks? Yeah.
Thank you for the presentations, and again, really lovely to hear how you guys went about doing this, and yeah, it's also amazing to see the passion in with which you guys talk about what you've done. I don't want to get too technical, but I had a question about the needs assessment. What kind of instruments did you guys use to get the data about what the needs were? And linked to that, as you were saying, in the Sumy region with this conflict coming nearer and nearer, how could you also maybe talk a little bit about the difficulties you faced in, or if there were difficulties that you faced in collecting this data? I have a second question, if I can. Yeah, that's the first. Okay. And the second question is, when you discussed the needs that you listed out for each region, were there needs from that you felt we can't, as a university, deal with those, or we don't feel like we are the right people to work on those needs? And how did you think about the needs that you felt were not within your control or within your purview? Thank you.
I think I will start, and the colleagues from the Sumy University and Ukrainian Catholic University, if you have something to add, I can share also the mic with you. So for the first question, and that's for me like the person who studied technical sciences, it's very hard to say psychology and sociology. These are two different words, and sociology. We did sociological report, and we had those instruments. That's a joke. I understand differences between them. So in any case, we did this survey. We did a lot of things to ask the right questions because. The joint group of sociologists from different universities in Ukraine, they worked to design the questionnaire. And after the questionnaire was designed, we had another communication with EU partners to validate that. And after that, we had different discussions. We had focus groups, and after the focus groups, we had different rounds of negotiations inside that focus groups. That focus groups were the inhabitants of the territorial community, the administrative staff of territorial community, also the IDPs, and also the veterans, etc., 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 youth. So in any case, we really believe that it's rather informative, and we can say that those needs assessment was correct, up to date. So from one point of view. Another thing that you were wondering, what was hard to say that we cannot do that or something like that. Territorial communities, they were trying to explain that they have lack of funding, and lack of funding, it's not the correct thing that we can help with, but we can share our ideas on how to create that environment to get more funding, to get more educated persons, to get more, for example, one of the territorial community, in Dnipro region, they were wondering, is there any possibilities to make as many project managers, but really fast? They have lack of project managers to get funding. So that was a very important thing for us, yes. And I think that, for example, like money or something indirect or direct things, it was very hard to say that we can do that. We cannot do that. That's true. But all the things that joint problems like infrastructure problems with the IDPs, problems with the psychological rehabilitation or psychological help, and this advanced help of that issues, all things we're trying to help them to overcome. Did I miss anything? Yeah, Sophia, please.
Well, maybe just to add that I think way of thinking between territorial communities and university, where is the gap? Universities are thinking long term. That's our job, you know. And they are thinking very short term. So they want quick wins, immediate, and somehow magically, you know. But that's where there's, I think, often the gap of expectations. So I think it was very important to go through that process to explain that we are ready to do it not once, we are trying, and we are ready to do it not once, but it has to be something tangible in number of years. And I think what was also good, we engaged students. So it was not just the faculty, but also we engaged students. So in a way, this community needs assessment, it also became service learning project, because they have been working and running the focus groups They have been they had a role in preparing the report. So that was another way of also engaging students.
Speaking about challenges to collect data, I can say that it wasn't very difficult. As Mykola said, we had two instruments. On the one hand, it was survey, and on the other hand, it was interview. Survey was online, and that's why it was quite easy. We prepared Google form, we gave access to different stakeholders, local authorities, representatives of business, and others. But speaking about interviews, if we see classical approach to make an interview, it should be face-to-face. But taking into account the situation in our Konotop and Putibl communities, it was absolutely impossible, and it was online. That's why the results should be better if interview was face-to-face. In Sumy community, we haven't these challenges, and we invited our students to make an interviews with people on the street, to local community authorities. And one more thing about, I have already said, it's understanding students of their useful. Imagine in these difficult times when you understand you can make something not only for you and your family, makes you happy. And these things was really important for students. And speaking about challenges, we cannot help. Certainly they are. And first of all, it's lack of electricity, it's power output. For example, every day in Sumy, we have only 4 hours with electricity. And that's why it means that some our activities and some our initiatives are really difficult to realize. But taking into account that our university is classical university, it means we have huge of specialities in absolutely different fields of science, many of challenges, even for example, destroying infrastructure, we can help to dissolve, because we have engineers, we have students of engineering faculty, and to help to solve this problem, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Really? Okay, I'll try to sit for the 3rd time. Thank you so much.
So thank you. So that means it's time for lunch. If you still have questions for everyone that is speaking today, please just ask them. They're still here, so don't worry. So we will have lunch break on the ground floor. So you can take the elevator or the stairs 8 floors down. And we will be back at 1 p.m. Central European time. So see you soon. Hello again. So good afternoon. I hope you had some time to eat something and have new listening capacity, because there is still a lot of interesting things to be shared today. And so this morning we talked a lot about the situation in Ukraine, but also about the community needs assessments, which were really crucial actually to start this phase of the project. So in this stage, we were trying to develop service learning courses in Ukrainian universities. In this work package, we were able to develop 6 courses, so 2 for each university. And I'm really grateful actually that the teachers are wanting to present their course, so that I can tell you about what the course is about. But I will also focus on the impact that it has or had on students, teachers and local territorial communities themselves. So it will just be a presentation based on the posters that they made. And there will also be some testimonials of students, of LTC members. Some are on video, some will be here live on stage. So I hope that this part of the conference will give you some idea of the courses that were developed. So there will be time to ask questions by the end of the presentations, because then it just goes a little bit smoother. And I feel like maybe some of the questions will just apply to all the courses. So we will start this presentation with the course of Sumy State University. And this course is Entrepreneurship and Digital Business Communication. And we have Anastasiia with us. She will join online and present from online.
Dear colleagues, hello everyone. Do you hear me? Everything is okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Anastasiia Samoilikova. I am a senior lecturer at Sumy State University. Entrepreneurship and digital business communication is my first service learning course. It is taught for first year bachelor students of economic educational programs. This course is mandatory, so it was studied by more than 100 students divided into groups in practical classes. The aim of the course is to equip students with essential competencies and digital skills in entrepreneurship, providing a comprehensive understanding of the conceptual foundations of digital economy, digitalization of business activities. It promotes crucial thinking, innovation, community engagement by applying academic knowledge to real-life challenges, supporting local entrepreneurship, sustainable development, and post-war community recovery. As for the impact of community, it should be noticing the following student-led activities. Firstly, offline training session for women of various age and social groups who attend the space of non-government organization Girls. Then a webinar for community residents at the non-government organization Lifelong Learning Center, and a survey among local entrepreneurs and individuals interested in starting business, the results of which may be useful for the Department of Strategic and Socio-Economic Development of Sumy City Council. For the beneficiaries, all the above provided an opportunity to obtain practical tools for starting their own businesses, receive support and motivation to move from ideas to real actions, overcome digital fears, increase self-confidence, foster a desire for lifelong learning, and consider entrepreneurship as a pathway to self-employment and economic independence. The long-term effect for the community lies in the growth of the number of potential entrepreneurs, which contributes to the economic development of the community, not only through the development of local entrepreneurship, but also through the creation of new jobs and the reduction of unemployment and social vulnerability. As for the impact on students, it should be said that course transformed academic learning into value-driven and practice experience. Students enhanced not only their entrepreneurial and digital skills, knowledge, but also key soft skills such as teamwork, communication, problem solving, adaptability, leadership, time management. Through direct community interaction, they developed confidence, empathy, and a stronger sense of civic responsibility, while gaining a clear understanding of they are all in active participants, active contributors to community development and post-war recovery. This experience helped students connect theoretical knowledge with real social needs and increased their motivation for lifelong learning and professional self-development. At last, as for the impact on me as a teacher of this course, this service learning project became a powerful professional and personal learning experience. I deepened my understanding of how community engaged learning can enhance student motivation and learning outcomes. Supporting my students in applying theory to real-life contexts, facilitating reflection, responding to community needs, all about strengthened my skills as a mentor and facilitator rather than elected as traditional. Most importantly, students' reflections and positive community feedback confirmed that service learning is a transformative living educational practice that enriches both teaching and learning. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much,
That's
Anastasiia.
all,
Thank you.
but I don't hear.
Yeah, so thank you for your presentation. We still have the video that you made from Sumy State University. So maybe it's we can always also show the video because there's also students and LTC partners that tell about your experience.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Bogdana Baronina. I'm a first-year student at Sumy State University. When studying the service learning course Entrepreneurship and Digital Business Communications, I conducted a training for women who attend the non-government course. This experience helped me become more confident in communication and public speaking. I also realized the important civic engagement and collaborations between universities and communities when people need to support and knowledge.
Teaching this course changed my view of education as a transformative social force. In this project, I acted not only as a lecturer, but facilitator, mentor, and bridge builder between students and the local community. Of course, during this project, we faced with some challenges. Working with diverse audience, uncertainty, and emotional pressure in war conditions. Early student engagement, the development of soft skills, stronger partnership between university and community, and potential of service learning for community recovery and long-time development. Moreover, teaching tandem with Catholic University of Ingolstadt helped to integrate European practices in my course and strengthen international collaboration.
Within the ServU project, Sumy State University became a real partner for the municipality, helping us connecting academic knowledges with real-life challenges. We already see positive social impact. In economic development, students provided consultations on entrepreneurship, digital business tools, and business registration. This work was done together with local partners, including civil society organizations. Students also organized a webinar within the Lifelong Learning Center where they shared practical experience in building and implementing business models. The involvement of students influenced of our work in a positive way. They encourage more reflection, data-based thinking, and long-term planning. Cooperation between education and local government is a strategic investment in the future of Sumy. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for also making the video and really almost interviewing everyone and having to share their experience. So we will have time for questions after all the presentations. So Anastasiia, if you want, you can just hang on and then maybe we will have questions for you at a later moment. The next course of Sumy State University is called Child Mental Health Supports, and Viktoriia is here with us today and she will present her poster.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's so nice that I mustn't use click to change the slide. It's great. And as a teacher of child mental health support, I know that the time management is very important to prevent stress. So I will see what time is it now, and I have 5 minutes. I know this one. I will try to do my best. So I implemented my course, Child Mental Health Support, with this activity, service learning. Honestly, I was very nervous. I was very afraid of implementing of this because how to speak with this category of people, with this child, with this adultness, is very sensitive. And first of all, I'm very thankful for my mentoring, for Irene. I'm very thankful for Ioana. That's really, they make great support for me. And I think that it was the first, I don't know how to say, step for my success. That's why really it was too much important. So we organized this course for medical students, for the 5th, 6th course students, that is rather equipped with the knowledge in mental health, in children, how to support, how to do, but all this knowledge was theoretical knowledge. How to transform this theoretical knowledge and to put this knowledge in practical skills, to put in reality, and how can we be useful for our society? It was a big question. What kind of activities, what can be proposed for our local communities? It will be enough for them, or it's maybe nothing, or it's maybe not something that they really need. We decided to try do it in 2 different groups of children. School-age children, it's small children, 6, 8, 10 years of life, and the adultness. Different group, different necessity, different kinds of activities should be prepared, but after finishing of theoretical knowledge, finally we go there. And very interesting that each students, they combine in this group and they really go to our local community, to our children with their own project, with their own activities. And these activities was really different from one to another. With the adultness, we try to feel if we can combine service learning in our activity both in offline and online. Yes, the answer was yes, we can. It's work both in online and offline. The format may be different, but it's work. We go to offline courses for adultness, and what we see, that first of all, the students, they not take theoretical material. They understand how to work with this sensitive group, how to speak with them. They give them some mechanisms, some methods, how to reduce stress, how to assess their mental health, what they can do by themselves, first of all, and what kind of first medical, psychological help they can provide for in our society. Because, we are in the frontline region, we extremely need this knowledge. We did them. And at the impact of our students, we see the result, that they not provide some activity for students, for adultness, but they also understand for themselves how to be stronger. So we, in the learning outcomes, what I propose for the course, I propose to do something to help this adultness or children. But at the end of all of this, I see that it works in both sides, in our students and both in adultness. great activity of students. They were fully involved in that process. We make lots of different things, how to work, how to do, and they start speak with us. Adults they don't want honestly to speak with their adults because they are too much more clever than we are. But with these students, they keep free, and they discuss lots of things that I think that they will never discuss with us. And on the next side, we work with small children. This was also very nervous and sensitive because how to speak, in what language we should speak, and how we can help for these small children. And really, we organize lots of activities in the active plane. How to feel emotions, how to analyze emotions, that it's normal to feel different emotions in different conditions, how to speak about these emotions. And really, you see, I can't show you video, but I make lots of videos how it was. They play lots of emotional games, and all of them, they were dancing sometimes. They were very noisy after this, they were listening to this one. And really, this was a very great success. Not to speak lots of about the impact that you can see on the local community, they say the most important things for us, it's useful, and we are able to continue for this collaboration with you. And what kind of activity projects can you propose for us? We say yes. The next question, can it be for prolonged time, long distance collaboration? We said yes, we can. This is a great one. The impact for students, practical knowledge. They feel they are in touch with something practical that they can do. They can help for these children. They can plan this activity. They can do this activity. They understand how to speak with children, and they know how to give the primary help for them. This was great, really, and they feel that I'm responsible for all of this. I'm the part of this society. I can do something to become more stronger, to rebuild our Ukraine. This was very great. For me, honestly, I'm proud of my students. Really, it was success, and now I can see on the face, on the eyes of our local community, on the students, on these children, and they say, really, we made a great job, and I can say this one. We made this great job. And this is why now we plan next and future activities. I think this can be done. And both in offline, both in online, in any conditions, we can propose different formats, and this methodology is rather adaptive for different formats of education. That's why I am in time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And you as well prepared your video, so we can also watch that at this moment.
На п'ятому курсі ми вивчали дисципліну ментальне здоров'я дітей.
During my fifth year of study, we took the course Mental Health of Children. As part of this course, we worked on socially important projects. My project focused on time management and conflict management. In cooperation with the Sumy Professional Medical College, we held a series of activities for third and fourth year students. Through this project, I personally gained valuable skills in communication and time management. Community-oriented learning during wartime and post-war recovery is especially important nowadays. Many people are affected by the consequences of the war, and medical professionals must be prepared to support not only patients' physical health, but also provide basic psychological assistance and communicate effectively with people in different emotional states.
Проект безпосередньо відповів на актуальні
Project
потреби
directly
нашої
responded to the real needs of our community, especially the need for psycho-emotional support for teenagers and the development of self-regulation and communication skills. This experience strengthened our cooperation and clarified our shared vision. We see our partnership with the university as an important part of college's sustainable development and as basis for consistent mental health support for students in our community. The social impact of the project became visible already during the sessions. Teenagers became more open in discussions, more emotionally engaged, and more active in the learning process. They developed a better understanding of their own stress resilience and possible ways to cope with emotional tension. An important result was a reduced fear of speaking openly, demonstrating skills, and discussing mental health challenges, as well as increased trust in the format of the sessions.
Okay, thank you. Those were the two courses from Sumy State University. I will just move on to the next university, which is Ukrainian Catholic University. And online joining us is Oleksandr, and he will present the course Scientific and Psychoeducational Practice. And afterwards, we will have a student, Oksana, here with us to also tell about her experiences with the course. Oleksandr, are you there? You can present.
Avramchuk. I am Chief of the Department of Clinical Psychology in UCU, and I want to present my courses and my own courses. It's a scientific and psychoeducational practice. And first of all, before listening to Viktoria's presentation, I realized that I have a similar thoughts and excitements of students' work, and I will try to repeat that. I have a little introduced that some aspect or context. We must understand that war in Ukraine has created some mental health issues that no one can solve alone. And our educational of students in psychology and mental health professional, they need to coming out, moving out of the classroom into a field, and service learning approach. It's one of strategic aspects to can help realize this. And in UCU, we have one of key strategies. It's a healing the wound of war, and we realize that healing the nation, we must transform our idea how to train our students. And first of all, we understand that our courses, it's not just to provide some services for community. We try to build a team or cooperative when we have to cooperate in new activities, new facilitators, new resource for community and students to gain in their as well-being, psychological well-being, and some resource, and also some competence, some awareness of their well-being strategies, self-help strategies, and other aspects. In our courses, we also add the participatory action research approach, and our students during all practice cooperate and discuss with local community. They engage into assessment well-being needs of this local community in Kosovo, and they have several meetings with physicians, teachers, pupils, and other representatives of local services. Our teams and our students, we work to community not to tell that they need. We ask them, and I think it's a good strategy for ensure effective feedback. Our students, I think, they gain their professional and social competence when they facing the real world issues and understand the complexity and alternative strategies they can to use for to be help or solving some problems that community have in their life. And also community, they receive alternative viewing, some prospective strategies or some solution in their situation. And maybe we expect that this cooperation can to build new sustainable strategies in mental health supports or well-being maintaining of their community. We have, when we realized our courses, we understand that we engage more than 400 participants and nearly, including nearly 300 children. And I must emphasize, it's not only workshop or seminars. It's interactive, it's a communication, it's a all negotiation with people and engaging there to help each other. These activities, I thought that enhance their awareness about mental health problem. They can start to talk about that. Maybe some cooperation and communication possibility is one of most resource that they have. In schools, our collaboration, first of all, they focused on the stigma about mental health problem, and pupils, they try to understand how to talk about some psycho-emotional distress. What is the role of psychologists or other members or their relatives? In hospital, our students, they collaborate with medical staff and try to build like a bridge between needs of veterans and some prevention strategies for veterans' social isolation, cognitive impairment, or maybe some emotional dysfunction that struggle veterans when they reintegrate to civil life or maybe sometimes during their rehabilitation process. Also, we try to organize some common place for discussion, or they're sharing their possibilities and their interactions, their idea near campfire, but we have weather conditions that limited this interaction and these activities for us. I understand that all of courses, service learning or participate research activities, the innovation it's never easy to implement. We face it with some real world limitness of problems. We have tight deadline, we have logistic obstacles, but I think my students, they excited to try to resolve this problem, try to build new capacity, to gain their new competence when try to deal with these challenges. And I'm amazed how our students and their local partners, despite of these all challenges, they able to create truly meaningful activities and cooperation. And I think that more effective intervention is not that we only do. I think it's a more effective intervention for the future. It's integrate into existing local system. We not only visitor or outside some viewing. We are engaged with our students and local our partners to build more possibilities, to build a new wave, new approach of this. And I have some vision. The service learning approach, it's maybe one of like a standards of part of education or training of psychologists in Ukrainian future. Maybe we start to integrate this social-oriented approach, service learning approach in our curriculum, and maybe it's one of first step by step, and little we start to rebuild in Ukrainian system and Ukrainian capacity, and maybe we have more engaged partners for that. Thank you all for your attention and your support. So I'm literally nervous. Maybe I have more than 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Oksana, and I was actually a student who took part in this practice, and so I would like to share from my students' perspective, and I will be speaking on behalf of all of my group. Well, first of all, you may think what is scientific about this practice, but actually it is, because we had to go into fields, and so we performed this field research before that, because no one told us what the problem is. We went there, we performed interview, we had some online meetings, offline meetings, right? And we tried to figure out what actually is important for the community, for different groups of the community. Afterwards, we also performed some review of the literature, what else was performed, how do these mental health days look like in other countries, right? And definitely we have a bit of a shift here during the wartime. It's a bit different, right? So the problems also were different. Afterwards, we were told, well, don't go and don't work with veterans, or this is probably the kids of the senior grades would not listen to you. And we said, oh no, we actually would like to try to do so. So we had to contact experts, and here we go. Again, we had experts' opinion, right? Which can also be a part of any research. And then when all this began, to move on and all that started, more and more changes were done, and we actually had to consider what competencies do all of us have, since we are master degree students. So all of us have different experience and expertise, and so we tried to cooperate all that into this practice, which is also extremely valuable. And with veterans, what happened that we actually found the activity that was interesting both for medical staff of that hospital and also for veterans, which turned out really great, and we had just a wonderful reflection on that. And in small communities like Kosovo, it is quite typical to have some stigma and prejudice towards a lot of stuff. Social workers work on their own, clinical psychologists work on their own, and then we try to show how all of this can be connected, how they can actually shape their community, right, and shape their attitude towards mental health problems. And to summarize, and not to take a lot of your time, I'd like to say that it is very important to feel the meaning, that your learning has its meaning, right? It gives you the purpose. And when you see that you can be a part of the change, and that this change is happening right now and probably will have some impact on the future too, this is just priceless. So thank you again for this opportunity, and I hope that this is not the last time, just the very nice beginning of such projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oleksandr online, but also Oksana for being here with us and wanting to share about your experience as a student. The next course of the Ukrainian Catholic University is Communities of Memory. And we have with us the teacher, Khrystyna, but also a student, Sophia. So please.
Hello again. Thank you for having us. Okay, 5 minutes. Here we go. I would like to start with the questions. So why memory? Why community? And why service learning? I could carry on with question because why with youth? Why talking directly not about ongoing war, but going into some deepest memories. So I have been working with cultural memory and memory studies for quite some time, and I believe that we cannot just work in theory. We have to work in field with people, hearing stories, sharing, and now in Ukraine it's quite a common thing to have the common understanding that memory is action. It's not only theory. So I propose this course. It's an elective course. It's important to emphasize because it means that I have the students that wanted to work with me on this issue, and I emphasize a few times with letters and at the classrooms that we are going to make some change, and you have to put effort into working with me and this community. So we have the data. So as my colleagues previously described, we have the data, we have the top priority that community wants to work with the youth and create cultural hub. But when they talk about cultural hub, they talk mostly about infrastructure. And I came along and I'm saying, the walls isn't everything. you have to propose something interesting for youth, and after that they will came to you. And the first question was, have you asked the youth what they want? Well, not quite often we have youth being the part of this conversation. We as adults know better. Yeah, so we have been trying to include and engage as more their perspective as possible. So we were in this course also, I was asking students, students were asking pupils how we can work together on this course, on this topic, and with reshaping our identity, because memory and identity come together. So we were trying to propose something that wouldn't be directly with the priority about how we would remember, commemorate the war, Russia-Ukrainian war, or war for independence, as we call it now officially, but also that we have to rethink our past, Soviet era, Holocaust, the previous war. So not to directly talk only about these experiences that we are going through now today, but talking about previous times, we still could have, and it's not that much as colleagues from psychology and mental health could say that it will be maybe too traumatic for youth. So we decided to go that direction. And I have a student with me, so she will carry on. We will try to make it as a dialogue as well. So I was following the service learning path and methodology and include a lot of reflection, because I wanted to have this understanding why we are doing that and why we're not doing that, and do we carry on or do we change something, especially in times of war. So the first reflection after the first visit to the community, it was really hard to read, because we have the situation where we have to show our resilience in a way. So maybe you will carry on.
Yes. So yeah, I'm the first year student of cultural studies, and okay, what I wanted to share, when we are planning our trip for our community, the night before, it was really big missile attack, and all night we spent in bomb shelter, and in the morning when we must go to our community, we chat our chat to Miss Khrystyna, are we leaving or not? And Miss Khrystyna gives us opportunity to have a decision. Should we go or should we no? And air alarm is going on, and we say, yeah, we're going. Because we had agreement with community. We know that community waiting for us and these children waiting for us. And it was a little bit scary, but it was really a great trip, because all our plans we completed, and in the first picture you can see the traditional dances. We have the excursion, we make some interactions, we asking questions what they want and so on, and the end of this day was the traditional dances, and it takes us become a really closer together, and it was really important for us. After that, two girls talking to me, can I hug you? Of course, I also want to do this. And it was a really deep connection. This situation showed me, after I understand, in this day, no, but after I wrote my thoughts in this reflection, I understand what is this responsibility, and resilience is in a real situation, not just in big words. And
and so we asked a lot of questions. We were really trying to share stories, our stories, and hearing stories from the community, because it's a rural area, and it's not that easy. Let's come together and dance together. It's like this picture is really nice result, but it took us time to become the community and have the common ground. Yeah, so we have been sharing our stories about our cities, about our relatives, about our traditions, and after that, boys and girls also opened up to us, and we really heard what they would like and what is missing in their community, and what from soft power and culture we could propose. So through the course, we students mostly, with children, with partners, developed and proposed a few mini projects, because I have not that many students on my course, but they divided into groups and they developed the real products. So we have Quest, and Sophia will tell a little bit about that, because we don't have video, so we have a little bit more time, okay? We developed the historical game, historical mafia called Kozo Mafia, because Kozova is a goat city, and the goat as an animal is a symbol of that city. So we ask the youth if it's okay, if you're proud of this symbol, can we draw the goats on the cards, and instead of regular mafia guys, we will have Koza goats in these pictures and real historical figures in that. So we could learn something about your city that now looks nothing as it used to 100 years ago, because First World War, Second World War, Nazis, Soviets, they destroyed the city, and there is not that much from infrastructures that you could be proud of, but there is a lot of stories, and you could ask your grandchildren, parents, and they will tell you amazing stories. So we suggested this game, and we have the prototype printed, and we played this game, and it was really amazing feedback that we had, and we leave it at the community. So they now from social media, we knew that they carry on gathering at schools and at the house of culture to again have this interaction. So we have the pop-up exhibition and movie watching and discussion. And Quest was one of the most important suggestions, because we really wanted them to look and understand their heritage better, closer, and understand that there is much more, and they could be proud of their city. Yeah, so.
I'm holding in my hand the material result of our work on our city quest. Here we had some audios with instruction, and we tried to create some new format of trying to learning about history, and we created with my colleague Nadia and with two pupils who was interested in this idea. After our first trip for Kosovo, we created a chat and sent to the pupils who want to join us, you can join. And 80 pupils joined our chat. All they wanted to take a part of this our 4 activities. And in this moment, we feel really responsibility that we must go do this really good. And after this quest, we had really good feedbacks, and we're really happy that a local NGO continued this, and these quests are now also playing, and we're so happy about that it works. And
yeah, we should close now, I believe. But if you have any questions or follow-ups, we would love to share. As you see, we are very enthusiastic about this work that we have done, and with this partnership that we developed. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khrystyna and Sophia. So those were the 2 courses at the Ukrainian Catholic University that we developed. That only leaves Dnipro University of Technology. And the first course we would like to present is Energy Management Systems, and Yevhenii will join online.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm very sorry that I am in Dnipro, but not in KU Leuven. Thanks a lot for support to Marianne and Kathia during the realization of our project. And now I want to present our project, our discipline. It's energy management system. It's discipline for our master's level students of on electrical engineering. And we have realized this course with my partner, Olga Zamkova, Associated Professor of Electrical Engineering Department, and I am Associated Professor of this department and also Dean of Electrical Engineering Faculty in our university. And now we have a lot of problems in our energy system, so we have a lot of surveying actions for our territorial communities during the last years. But it was the first experience to realize surveying course with our real students, not PhD students or our colleagues, but real master students, and it was very unexpected for our students, first of all, because it's mandatory course, and they was some surprised at September when they have known about this course. But now we have a lot of restriction connected with war, and as usual, we have realizing our education process in online format. But this course helps us to meet our students in real auditorium. And the first question, which I heard, it was maybe really go to our territorial community. Of course, during realization of this course, we visited 3 times our territorial community and have some occasion situation, and I will tell about this some later. We, during our course, provide some decision on making strategy on adaptation for energy changes and climate changes. It is some possibility to be some like governors of local territorial community, and it's a very useful experience, not only for me and my team, but for students. And it helps us to motivate them and to keep engaged during all this course, feeling some okay. During this course, we have divided our groups of students. Total quantity of students engaged on this course was 42 students, and we divided them into 6 subgroups, and some of them making decision on adaptation to changes in energy sector, some of them making decision in adaptation with climate changes, also with changes in local transport system and local heating system and modernization of buildings and so on. And in total, we have some recommendation for local government to real strategy, which will, I hope that it will realize during next years. So we are feeling like some help to our local governors, and it was very interesting experience. Also, I tell you about some occasional situation. You can see photos, real photos from territorial communities, and outside of this photo, it was a policeman which decided that we are some destroyers and we want to destroy their building and territorial communities, and we have a long dialogue with him that we are realizing surveying course. It was very interesting experience too, and students was very maybe even afraid of the situation, but it was okay. in final. So for us, it's very interesting experience, and due to our still collaboration with territorial communities of our region, I think that we have some perspective to realize such serving courses not only in energy management system, but maybe in other courses in our faculty and in our university. And thank you.
Thank you, Yevhenii. It's good to see you again. Thank you for sharing. So last but not least, we have another course of Dnipro University of Technology. We have Olena, the teacher, here with us. So yeah, Olena, you can come up front. The right poster will be shown immediately, I think. A few seconds. Okay, so it's about personal finance.
Hello everyone. I'd like to present you our service learning course, Personal Finance. And as you understand, is about personal finance. And our student, my students, get knowledges about how to manage personal finance, how to manage own budget, own incomes, own expenditures, try to understand how implement different financial instrument in their own financial plan. And then, after they get this knowledge, it's okay, they had to prepare the theme of training program for pupils. And it was the outcome of service learning project. And I guess it was the most interesting part of this course, because as for me, as a teacher, I saw what my students hear from my words, what they understand, and how they see to implement this knowledge in their life, and how they can explain it to people who don't know anything about it, or maybe know something about it. And it was really interesting communication between the students as a trainer and the pupils as a trainee. Pupils were from Chumakivska Territorial community. It was Chumakivsky Lycée of Chumakivska Territorial community, and they were, I guess, children from 14 to 17 years old. Someone of them hear something about financial literacy. Someone of them didn't hear anything, maybe something from other discipline. In our country, financial literacy is obvious discipline from this year, but only for 8th class. From the next year, it will be obviously also from for 9th class. So that pupils who are older than 14, 15, they didn't hear about financial literacy, and it was really interesting for them to hear it from students, and interesting to to see the live examples that students get them, and of course they trying to discuss these examples and trying to understand how to use this knowledge in his life. The most interesting theme, of course, was about income, and they didn't like the theme about expenditures, but after all themes of this training program, they understand that all themes are as a complex, and if you don't manage your expenditures, you don't manage your incomes. So I guess it's a really great result for this age of people, and pupils are very glad to speak, to communicate with students. Students were really scared at the first stage because they didn't imagine how it will be, what will be the feedback from pupils. Maybe it will be bad imagination and something like this. But after the first theme, it was interesting communication. Students are really looking forward to the next meeting, and pupils really wanted the next meeting and next courses in this sphere. What about the main impact, as we understand, for local territorial community is, of course, the development of financial competences of school children. We had a demand to develop competences in business sphere, so we create the theme of entrepreneurship as an instrument of increasing your own incomes. And from this theme, pupils understood that entrepreneurship has to start with the understanding of money, of the mechanism of their earning, the mechanism of forming expenditures and something like that. And of course, they want now to know about entrepreneurship more, but I guess it will be the next course for them. Of course, communication skills and critical thinking skills are developed, and now in Ukraine it's very important because the most part of our studying process is online, and our children don't have enough offline communication, and it's really a problem for our students because they don't want to communicate. They afraid of communication, offline communication, and our business partners try to explain us as teachers, as lecturers, that they don't need a graduated student with 7 or 10 years experience. They need students with with the communication skills to develop their other skills in the professional sphere. For the student, of course, the main impact is understanding the mechanism of regulating, of management, personal finance, of course, communication skills and critical thinking skills, and this issue I want to especially mark that as for me as a teacher and as for student, I guess the main impact was understanding their responsibility for their own product, because they had to get knowledge, to transform this knowledge to the theme of training program and explain this theme to pupils on the simple live examples. So it was, as for me, the most important impact of this service learning course. And you see some photos from our meeting, and we have a video reflection of our trainee. I'm sorry about this video in Ukrainian, but I'll read you after the video the translation into English, if you please.
Війна показала, наскільки важливо вміти планувати бюджет, розуміти ризики, приймати обдумані фінансові рішення. Студенти та викладачі приносять у ліцей актуальні приклади, практичні кейси, сучасні фінансові інструменти. Це робить навчання не теоретичним, а живим і корисним. Також після війни в Україні потрібні люди, які розуміються на фінансах, вміють працювати з ресурсами, здатні будувати економічно сильні громади. Чим раніше учні отримують ці навички, тим швидше ж можуть долучитися до відбудови.
Наша співпраця позитивно вплинула як на здобувачів освіти, так і на вчителів. На тренінгу я вперше почула, що таке фінансова подушка безпеки та як її створити. Це помітно змінило мою поведінку. Я стала більш відповідально ставитись до особистих витрат і накопичень. Хотілося ще більше різних курсів та менторських програм, спілкування зі студентами, які будуть посилювати якість освіти у громаді. Ми з радістю чекаємо на вас.
And so I'll read you a translation of this speech. Why is it important for you to cooperate with the university in conditions of war and recovery? The first speaker, very good boy and very cute, I remember them. We were shown how important it's to plan the budget, understand the risks, and make thoughtful financial decisions. Students and teachers bring current examples, practical cases, and modern financial instruments to the Lyceum. They make learning not theoretical, but lively and useful. After the war, Ukraine needs people who understand finance, know how to work with resources, and are able to build economically strong communities. As sooner people acquire these skills, as sooner they can get involved in recovery. And the second speaker, pretty girl, what social impact have you seen in the community as a result of the project, and what long-term impact do you expect? Cooperation with the university have a positive effect on both applications and teachers. At the training, I heard for the first time what a rainy day fund is, how to form it. This had a noticeable effect on my financial behavior. I began to treat my expenditures and saving more responsibly. I would like more different courses and mentoring programs and communication with the students, which will strengthen the quality of education in the community. We are looking forward to see you again. I can see.
Okay, thank you so much. So that were all the presentations from our teachers. We still have something to share about the process of the work package, but I want to ask first if there are any questions for the teachers. Maybe some general questions or some really personal questions for one of the teachers. There was one question in the chat, and the question was, Yeah, sorry that I'm disappearing. I'm still here, but so the question was, what about the psychological support of the students themselves when they have to deal with traumatic experiences while working with affected communities? And the question was, I think, first directed to Oleksandr, and he already responded something in the chat, but I feel like this question is actually for all of you. So I don't know if any of the teachers or maybe other people involved want to share something about that.
Okay, so really the most, I'm sorry, the assistant here, it's okay. The most interesting things that we were waiting for some result and impact on mostly of our local community when we prepared this course. What will be the result with them? What will happen with them? But for me, very important and interesting was that it's like a both sides. You know, speaking maybe because of speciality of my course, I was afraid of this, but after that they say we don't understand not only how to teach, how to speak with them, what to do with them, but we also doing this and preparing this project to explain, to do something with these students, with these pupils, with these school-age children and so on. We understand how to make sure that we are okay. It's also the knowledge that we can share not with the local community, but both with ourselves. And after this, very interesting, when our representative of local communities, as you see on the video, she notes that really after this course, the dialogue between us and students become more open. They understand more things, and they preparing this one, they also keep themselves in a good condition. So for us, it was both impact in these questions, both for community and also for the student that was involved in this process.
Someone else wants to add something first, maybe? Another teacher? Sophia?
Well, I was not a faculty member on this process, but I think the question is more general, how universities can support students. There is a national program initiated by First Lady, and a number of our faculty members from psychology department, and I'm sure from other universities, have been joining and developing how the system can be implemented in any educational institution. But what is also specific for our university as a Catholic university, I think a huge role in supporting students plays spiritual department. So we have a pretty big spiritual department in the university, and I think that first many students go to spiritual department and only then they go to psychology. So the goal for the university is to work also with priests on parishes, not only in the university, but with priests on parishes, that they can identify like first aid. They can identify and guide a person to get psychological support whenever it's needed. It's not their job to provide it, but it's their kind of role to guide people. So I think that's what we expect from our spiritual department, but also what we try as a university to share this through church institutions.
Thank you. You want to add something?
Just to add that in this exact program, we had to write a lot of reflections all the time, more than other groups who have chosen other practices. Therefore, there were questions not only about reflections on how you are doing with the community, or are you ready or not, but on the way how do you feel about this specific activity? Do you feel that you can manage it? Do you need any extra help? And then if someone was too stressed or couldn't find a way to talk with someone from the community, or there were some problems with the coordination, always our teachers were available so we can find support. And actually, although maybe that was more work, but we felt much more supported and supervised and mentored in general.
So, you know, in memory studies as well, there is a supporting group now for people who are working with traumatic topics, with Holocaust studies, etc. So, like, why do you go into such studies, and how to support yourself, not only people who you see as the victims or who survived, but also the scholars who work with such topics, but the community, and that we have the group of people coming together again and sharing and having this reflection. And it wasn't that we are doing something for the community, for pupils, for youth. We were working together. Of course, because we are more adult or something, and we have this feeling of responsibility, but having the community when you could share the challenge and see that the same person is facing the same challenge and giving her ways of going through that maybe you could take something from that, but it's mostly that we together as a group decided to go through that. And you know, there was a lot of times when I said to my students, you don't have to do all of this. We can choose to skip something, to more is less, etc. And it was the first, like, there was silence. And when maybe anonymously or something, like, let's decide. And when someone decided to, yeah, okay, let's do it, I saw in the eyes that a lot of them feel the same, but they weren't ready to make the first step. But when someone said, okay, we are going to do that, and yeah, so this common community attitude, I guess, help us go through the same challenges, because we are all in the same situation. Yeah, so it's from my perspective as well. Obviously, we do understand that we are not out of the context, but maybe that help us work with community, and that we are not aliens in that. Yeah, so I'm a teacher, but I am also going through the same challenges as students and as our partners, and it help us go through with that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So that's actually also more or less what Oleksandr said in the chat, that it's really about just supervising students really closely as well, and really go through them in the process of the service learning course. And that there's also a lot of reflection sessions just to support students, so there is always a place to talk about these kind of things. So yeah, so that's were the courses that we developed, and like I can tell that the impact is really clear from just telling about your experiences. But we also had some experience doing the process ourselves, like from a process coordination kind of view. And we had some workshops yesterday with all participants involved. And we would also wanted to share some takeaways or key takeaways with you, because we feel like the process that we went through of selecting courses in Ukrainian universities based on the community needs assessments, and then finding a teaching tandem. So the idea was to find a European service learning teacher that was in the same discipline, so that they could really collaborate together and brainstorm together on this topic, and to, in that way, develop courses. And I feel we learned a lot this way, but we also want to share some things, because we feel like some things were challenges, but there was also some suggestions to improve if you want to develop courses like this in this kind of way as well. We could share this with you. So I would like to invite Irene from Dnipro University and Kathia from KU Leuven, and they will present shortly some key takeaways that we talked about yesterday.
So first of all, thank you very much to all our Ukrainian colleagues for sharing all this impactful experience and for your effort. Yesterday, we had the chance to go through this process, so to reflect on how it works well in this tandem, teaching tandem and service learning development of the courses, so good practices, challenges and suggestions. So with Kathia today we try to just briefly report our reflection. From my side, with also the Ukrainian and European representatives of the university, we reflect on two parts of the process. The need analysis assessment, so the first part of the service learning project, so go to the community and ask for the needs, and then we reflect on the teaching tandems. Regarding the collection of the need assessment of the community, we identify this practice as a good practice in itself. So start with this process is a very good practice in realizing good service learning process. A challenge is that, as you said this morning, that the needs change very rapidly. So if we assess a need, maybe during the process, we need to take this flexibility in order to change maybe the project to assess the real needs. And another challenge that we identify is that when we start a service learning project as a teachers, maybe we need to contact different community partners, because we really need to match our learning objectives, our learning goal with the community needs. This what can be can represent that maybe we can go to the community, have contact with different partners, and maybe choosing just one of them. So this is cool, create some dynamics in the partners, because maybe they don't understand why they didn't choose me. So a suggestion that we propose is to create maybe a general open call for community partners. So the idea that each community partner can propose himself to collaborate with the university, and also the university staff can have the chance to see this match before, have a previous contact, and then choose. Okay, so the second step is the teaching tandem process. So during this process, thanks to the KU Leuven that coordinate all this work package, we create this match between Ukrainian teachers and European teachers. We suggest a good practice is to create the matches in the same area of subjects. So the idea is that not only be an expert of service learning from the European side, but also have the same subject area of the Ukraine teacher. This is maybe can helps in a deeper connection, a deeper dialogue, and facilitate a deeper dialogue. Then a good practice in this teaching tandem was the mobility. So the opportunity for Ukrainian teachers to come and to visit in Italy, in Belgium, in Germany, and have the chance to brainstorm. But a challenge is that maybe 1 week is not enough to have a good reflection, and the rest of the supervision was online, and of course the online supervision changed some dynamics. So for the suggestion, we want to firstly promote the teaching tandem approach broadly, but giving more time for in-person meetings, so invest in relationships, and so also create during the projects. So we had 3 years of project, more steps in presence like this, so moment to share and reflect together. So this is our site.
Thank you. So yesterday we discussed with the teachers that took part in the program how it was for them. I think there's two steps in the program that were really important, and one is the mentoring aspect, and the other one is the review, the external reviewers that looked into the courses. I think the mentoring program that stood out for everyone, that was really the best part of it, because it gives you the opportunity to brainstorm, to hear stories, really the activities in the field, what could it look like? So that was important to get started, or to envision something of what their own courses could look like. And at the same time, the review, it's more, maybe something more official. It's an expert looking into the course, reviewing the course. The benefit there is that it gives this reassurance that your course
is validated in a way that you can really communicate about your course, put it on a website, or do something more academically with it because it has been approved by the academic community. Two remarks maybe is, where does the expertise lie of the person or the mentor or the reviewer? It can be that the expertise is more on the pedagogy of service learning, or is the expertise, or should the expertise be more in the field, the discipline? One struggle could also be knowing or being familiar with the educational system of Ukraine, because it's always different. So how does it fit? What is possible in another educational system? So these are things that we have to look deeper into and see how can we make it better in the future. And then some suggestions also is, now it was the mentor came from Belgium, Germany, Italy, the one with a little bit more expertise in the fields. And then they were paired with a mentee, a professor in Ukraine, and they were matched. The idea would be like, now it was very unilateral, one-directional learning. How can we maybe establish mutual learning more in a reciprocal way, so that let's say the European teacher realizes more what the context is about and learns a lot about the reality on site, and at the same time that the person in Ukraine learns more about what could be possible in service learning. So how to establish a more equitable way of learning between the teachers that are matched in the tandem. And then also, how can we maybe, and then collaborate on the curriculum, maybe create a joint program, that it's not just a program that is run in Ukraine, but how can we maybe involve the teachers from the European institutions more, that it becomes this really joint activity. And then the question is, how can we involve students more? Now students from Ukraine go to their local communities, but it could be interesting to have students from our own universities in Europe participate in the process. That opens up more knowledge, more expertise, but at the same time, again, this learning of the reality of the context, the situation in Ukraine goes back to Europe as well. And so we know about the COIL, the collaborative online international learning. So that could be an interesting format to experiment with. It could be a next step, and how to link service learning to it. So this is something that we could explore. I think kind of covered it all. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. I don't know if anyone has questions about that. I mean, it seems like a really practical thing to do, but yeah, we went through this process for a whole year, so I feel like we also learned a lot and we reflected on it a lot, especially yesterday during the whole day, actually. So we just wanted to share about our experiences. Maybe it's a little bit like a far of your bed show, something like that, when you don't know about this process and you don't know about this project, but we wanted to share it anyway for everyone. So we will have a coffee break at this moment. It will be on this floor, and we will be back at... you want to say something, Sophia? Okay. Just a moment.
Yes, just a moment before the coffee. For the participants, for the partners in the project, you remember that we're deciding end of May or beginning of June. It looks like beginning of June, we will have the final conference. And I think and we will be preparing the materials, the publication from the conference. And I think many of the things which we discussed yesterday and which we presented today, they might be very valuable, not just for us, to be shared. So I just encourage that, whenever you will be thinking about writing something to the materials of the conference, that's a good place not to go too theoretically, but take our experience and describe it and how it can be improved. It can be helpful not just for us, but for everyone who reads it.
Okay, thank you. So coffee break, and 3 p.m. we will be back. Okay, so we are back. We're actually at the last part of the seminar today. And during the seminar, during this day, we try to showcase how we went about this work package and how we developed the service learning courses and all the reflections that we made during this process. But we also want to take the opportunity of this seminar to talk about more broader or more general thematics, and also just to focus on the role or the responsibility of a university towards society, especially in a context of war and recovery. And we also want to think a little bit about the future, because this was a really interesting project for us, but it's coming to an end in 2026. So we also want to think about maybe other opportunities to have a new project or to strengthen or deepen this project, and how we can really think about those kind of conversations. So we're going to have a panel discussion. The title of the panel discussion is The Role of European-Ukrainian Collaboration in Times of War and Recovery. But of course, we can also think about more than Europe. We can also think about the world, about international or global collaborations as well. So we will have a panel discussion, and we will listen to a presentation first of Dnipro Sharengovsky. He's from Ukrainian Catholic University, and he's the Vice Rector for Outreach and Social Engagement. So he will talk a little bit about how they do it in UKU, how to involve local community partners, and why it is so important to do so, but also not only from the experience of UKU, but also Ukrainian universities in general. And afterwards, we will have two more persons join this discussion. One of them, Steven van Hekke, he's professor of European politics at KU Leuven. And the other one is Marianne Persoons, and she's a chair of the Council of Europe's Steering Committee for Education. And also, she works as an international policy advisor at the Flemish Department of Education and Training. Is that right? Education? Yeah. Exactly. And the moderator of this panel discussion will be Kathia Reynders, my colleague from KU Leuven. So, Dnipro, if you're there, you can start sharing your presentation and tell us about the experience of UKU.
Okay, thank you so much, dearest Marianne, for the kind introduction, and hello everyone. Especially greetings to the UKU team who are there in Leuven, and to many other colleagues from other institutions. So sorry for not being with you today, but let's use technologies to at least to do what we planned. So thank you for your kind introduction, and indeed I want to share a few ideas about a quick like in that way, and also I want to share one of the insights about the current Ukrainian situation based on the research that we have done here with the KU team. So I do believe that you can hear me and that you can see me. In case not, please write something in the chat. And I will mainly talk about the embedding of our third mission through the wartime adaptation. So I'll try to be as fast as possible about that. Oh, great. So thank you, Marie. So basically, when we talk about like this field, nothing new. Many of the institutions are doing this transformation of bringing this third mission into the general narrative of the university thinking, and definitely in terms of the of our thinking about that, this is the same story. So in UKU, we try to bring a third mission as a part of the general agenda. So trying to build the education and research with the third mission activities, and to link these activities with the separate third mission as it is, and definitely in that terms, what we prioritize is the things that you are discussing all these days about the community engagement, about the lifelong learning, regional development, and definitely the knowledge transfer that that we are producing as institutions. Probably my colleagues have talked a number of different times about our strategy and about our strategic direction of the university that serves. That actually includes a lot of this conceptualization to the practical project. So I would rather say that we do not create like a third mission as a separate pathway, but we incorporated them a lot into the many of the strategic projects. And actually the development of the service learning and one of the pillars of how we teach, how we do teaching is a part of this strategic thinking. In other words, it lies here in the direction of building the capacity of University of KU to be like the one of the leaders in terms of the modernization of the higher education. I will not stop too much on that, don't be afraid, but what is important about, sorry, we have the air attack here in Lviv. Yeah. But we can continue, so I'll just have a look if what is happening here. So this is actually that conditions that that you probably know being with us. Yeah, so we can continue. In any case, what I want to share here that we are still in a KU building a model. So currently we are at the phase of training the capacities of our schools. Doing like the service learning, doing also the service-oriented research, and definitely the project engagement. But at the same time, we try also to develop the capacities of the separate offices that are working directly with the local communities, either through the capacities of the students, as a part of curricula or non-curricular activities. For example, the Dean's Office have the volunteers program that is incorporated a little bit outside of the academic process, but actually that is a part of the social life of the students here in the campus. Or, for example, to build such capacities through our graduates and through, for example, the Office of the Innovation, who is trying also to link the graduates of the Ukrainian Catholic University at the source of the knowledge and the source of the contacts with the local communities and with the different players. So that brings us to the importance of the capacity building and empowering people in different centers and in different schools, and that actually bring us to the idea of how, in general, the service learning model, together with the other models, can be seen by the Ukrainian institutions. So here we have the three Ukrainian universities, included into this project, ServU, and actually are building such types of capacities. But frankly speaking, it was interesting for us to look through Ukrainian situation overall and to see what was changed since the outbreak of full-scale Russian invasion, and how universities are seeing the third mission, and specifically the service learning within their thinking. So together with my colleague, with my deputy, Olena Horiacha, so we had done a little research. So what we had done, we analyzed the strategies of Ukrainian institutions to understand what they think about the third mission, and we collected like more than 80 different higher educational institutions in Ukraine, and from the different parts of Ukraine, and to try to concentrate of the presentees of this third mission or outreach activities and thinking within their strategies. And later on, we also explore how they execute this strategy. So what are the concrete projects that these institutions actually implement? And I would like to share with you some of the insights from this research that is still not published. So this is something new, but I hope that it will be published like in the nearest at the nearest future. So So actually, once again, the one story is about the strategies. The other story is how they execute these strategies. So what tools they are using that you see on the right to get to implement them. And in general, I should show you that in the majority of the cases, the third mission, even if it's not stated as a third vision or community engagement or whatever, but is integrated into the university strategy. There are only a few institutions that we find out have no third mission at all. And there is only one institution who decided to do it the separate strategy. This is the Lviv National University, but only because they are participants of the Erasmus Plus project that is actually requires them to develop such a strategy. But in general, what our thinking is showing here that there is no bonuses or plus and minuses of the other strategies. And actually, the good story of that, if we see on the Ukrainian landscape, once again, the majority of them, like 90% of them, are thinking about some of the elements of the third mission that are incorporated into their thinking. In terms of the regional distribution, once again, the interesting topic here, we can see actually that the majority of the cases, when we have the third mission incorporated into their thinking, this is the typical story actually for the majority of universities. So we can see here of the yellow one, and the only difference is a little bit with the eastern part of Ukraine universities and southern part universities, that they have no strategy at all, and it's connected with actually with the wartime conditions and orientation of these universities actually on to combating the exact needs of war. So they don't have time to think. That's what we observed in that way. The other story is about the updates. The majority of cases, what we see that they had updated their strategies, and they indeed included the war content into their strategic thinking. So that is why I'm very easy to say that it's hardly right now to find active university in Ukraine that have no idea about the third vision or has not executing at least something from what we think about the third mission. And actually, in the majority of cases, the words that they are using for them is connected both with the resilience, with the post-war recovery. But look here, what is also important with the global engagement. So Ukrainian universities tend to think not only third mission as only Ukrainian game, but as a global game, to do the global connections. And actually we can see that this, even in the European atmosphere, the involvement of many of the European universities into helping, assisting into this solidarity with Ukrainian institutions can cause a crucial life. Then very promptly, I'll try to show you how they executed this third mission and come to the very, very short few ideas. So we figured out that the majority of universities, so they have this something about third mission, but indeed these are some of the elements. So they don't have the comprehensive strategies. That is a risky situation. In terms of the model or execution, many of them use this mixed model. So that practically means that the third mission execution is decentralized. However, there are some of the offices of the people who are thinking about third mission as the strategic development part. And actually that question shows, so the majority of the respondents show that it's faculty level or decentralized. So it's still lacking like the centralization and the comprehensive strategy around that. Within the third mission activities, the majority of institutions, they include academic staff, students, and university administration. But what is interesting, not more about thinking about the administrative and support staff. However, for example, many of the lawyers or, for example, of financial services could also be helpful not only for universities, but the knowledge they possess could be used for many of the other like NGO, for example, players or local communities. And in terms of what they do, you can see that volunteering is dominating the topic of volunteering, but also engagement with local communities, veterans and military, but also vulnerable groups. They are at the top of the thinking. So many of the universities, they use more quantitative indicators to work with the SOLT mission, so they gather this information. And actually, when we ask about the societal service, about the service learning that is integrated, so they actually we can see that this is still a challenge for universities understand how they use it as a tool. How it's changed since the outbreak of full-scale invasion, you can see that in the majority of cases, universities started to be more active in the community engagement and also doing this humanitarian response. So, in theory, that means that they are on the first step of doing something and building the third mission as a part and changing the curriculum. So changing of the curriculums is still in the process that needs to be done. So many of them told that they used a number of different instruments, but I doubt it. That's not true, and more the narrative stories actually showed it. But I will also only show you the idea of the service learning courses. So many showed that they actually do the service learning, however, not knowing how to do this, how to work with that, but they do it to some extent. So there is also a line for many of the international players to work with institutions, because at least some parts they're doing that. And you can see we asked the question what they changed after the full-scale invasion. So service learning elements, or at least what can be made by the service learning. Once again, they don't know, the majority don't know that what they do is called service learning and how to do it correctly, but also the shared infrastructure is also a story. So I would like to finish here, and sorry for grabbing too many time, but what is interesting here, they have very strong peace building component that is present in many of the strategies and actions that difference Ukrainian third mission understanding from European one. So these are two different third missions, the orientation of Ukrainians to the peace building, peace supporting and rebuilding component. Second, the global engagement becomes crucially important, not only by the finances, but also of bringing the strategic thinking about how the universities have developed this third mission, and this is why of the very crucial parts. Then the institutionalization is still questioned, that a lot should be done there, because we are implementing some of the third mission instruments, but this is not like the comprehensive story, as I told you. And what is important, it's actually the national flavor. So this is one of the advices to the national legislation, that we should incorporate and think about the third mission, and the ministry should stress a lot on the third mission as an integral part of the university development. So sorry for speaking a lot. I hope it was interesting and necessary for you. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. I went through your slides yesterday already to have a little bit of a feel, and I was very intrigued by the exercise that you did. And on a personal note, I can say, and Marianne mentioned it already at the beginning of the day, that we went to visit you in Lviv at the beginning of the project, and that it was really a lifelong lasting impression of realizing or getting some bits and pieces of the reality in which you have to function, and that we were very much amazed with how you come up with an understanding of the third mission, and I think your research shows indeed that due to the situation that there was this catalyzed expansion in understanding of what the third mission is. And I sometimes wonder, when I'm in our own environment, whether we are maybe located too far from your context to get this deep, profound idea of what the third mission could look like. But that's maybe a too provocative question. But I have two panel members here that can share some insights from their point of view as well. Marianne, would it be okay if I start? Is it, yeah, or, yeah? You work, as other Marianne said, you work for the Council of Europe. Maybe it's good to explain, give a crash course in a minute, what the Council of Europe is. And you have been with us the entire day already. You mentioned already that you got some interesting reflections. So for the Council of Europe, what is the meaning of this project, and what further opportunities do you see?
Yes. First of all, I would like to say I'm not the Council of Europe in the sense I'm not the Secretariat. I represent the member state there, and I'm, as an accident, chairing the steering committee for education, and also the subgroup on higher education. So yes, indeed, a lot of what we heard today resonates very well with the discussions that we have with the 46 countries that are part of the Council of Europe, and including Ukraine, of course. Ukraine is part of our family, and that makes things also much more concrete for us, because it's what's happening to colleagues. It's not only a question that the Council of Europe can contribute to this project. What we heard today makes one modest, because what we do in international organizations, be it the European Union or the Council of Europe or the UN system or what have you, at the end of the day, you develop very generic things which are maybe interesting and hopefully helpful, but there is always the situation on the ground, and there it's very important that this, let's say, bottom-up approach is there as well. Now, to give an apology to the Council of Europe, we are very much thinking along the lines of the third mission of higher education, which we call in our jargon the democratic mission of higher education, because of course when we think about the future, it's a democratic future, it's a future where human rights, democracy and rule of law are observed. And we also put it under also a typical Council of Europe jargon of the public responsibility for education. And public responsibility is not only what public authorities should do, but the responsibility that education institutions have towards society, regardless whether they are public institutions or private institutions. Even if you're a private higher education institution, you also have a public responsibility to society. And we had a recommendation, that's then a legal text in 2007 on the public responsibility in higher education, where we reiterated the broad missions of education, not only preparing for the world of work, that's very important, but also preparing the students for civic participation, democratic participation, also personal fulfillment, that's also extremely important. And then, of course, certainly universities, the contribution to the knowledge base of a society. The four missions. But for higher education, we then try to find as many partnerships as we could. And we work very closely also with the United States, and namely with the International Consortium for Higher Education, Civic Responsibility and Democracy. I also always have to look because they have, so I know the people, but they have a very long name. And in that process, there were a lot of materials. There was the higher education series, there are the global fora, of which the last was organized in Prague in 2025, in May, if I believe, yes. And where we actually look at, okay, universities contribute to that democratic society, but what if democracy itself changes or has new challenges, and how can then universities navigate us through these changes? I think this is extremely important. And what is very interesting, when one of the members gets in a crisis, like Ukraine for the moment, but there were other situations in the course of the history of the Council of Europe, is that in fact for the others, they all of a sudden see even their own challenges as exacerbated. At the moment of a crisis, what goes wrong in a society becomes extremely visible. We saw around 2020, there was a crisis, the sanitary crisis, which is of course not to compare at all with a war. But at that moment, during that COVID crisis, we saw a lot of deficiencies in our education system. That's typical for crisis, that you then suddenly see it. And that is something, sometimes also the experience you have when you work with the whole world, like we do in UNESCO as a ministry, that we sometimes see things in the global south very clearly, but that we then suddenly realized, okay, they are in that crisis, but in fact, we have that too. And therefore, you can learn from each other. And certainly in a topic like resilience, we can learn a lot from Ukraine, like we learned a lot from the Balkan countries in terms of conflict solving and things like that before. So this is certainly the case. For the time being, we are also working at what we call the EduRes framework, and that's a framework for educational resilience in times of emergencies and crises, of which we have the first, let's say, the first versions, and which go, first of all, in quality assurance systems to see whether an educational system is resilient, to a tool for identifying societal needs, and third part of the quality assurance is whether the local community and all the stakeholders, educational partners, are sufficiently involved in the governance or in the decision making. These are the three aspects. Now, to be very honest, if you look at EduRes in the current state, it's very much oriented towards school education and not so much towards higher education. So I think a project like this could be a very interesting source of information and expertise to improve the whole EduRes project that is now working with pilots, etc. So it could maybe be interesting that people meet each other. We know, of course, that there are people from Ukraine participating in the project, but also them are very much oriented towards school education. So I think this is certainly something. And for the rest, yes, of course, our committee was meeting, I still remember this, I think, the 16th and the 17th March in 2022. And so we had, of course, to react to what happened. And in the middle of our discussions, the 16th, we heard Russia left. It was like a kind of, because they were also member, it was like a kind of, Europe is now broken somewhere. And it was a very strange meeting. That normally it's an in-person meeting, but it was one person that was not in person. That was the colleague from Ukraine. She called in, and we discussed with her on a distance. And then we made an action plan on what we would do with the little resources we had at that moment to help Ukraine, and especially the Ukrainians that all of a sudden came to our country, because there were thousands and thousands of Ukrainians coming to the other countries. For the West European countries, well, we had already had refugee crisis, so we knew more or less what to do. But for other countries, it was a long time ago that they had so many refugees. So what do you do at that moment? How do you make sure that the right to education of those people goes on? So that was at that moment the most important thing. And then later on, of course, the Council of Europe as an organization started to take measures in order to help Ukraine itself in Ukraine, and also in view of the future, and to help Ukraine to build up its society again, and keeping the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. This is in a nutshell what we try to do, and I will keep it with this.
Thank you so much, Marianne. Steven, maybe it's interesting because, the Council of Europe and the international networks are very important, but then also what does a university do in a response to a crisis? So maybe you can share a little bit from your experience what KU Leuven has been doing, or what you have been involved with personally, and maybe also given this project and given the situation is extending, what can we still do in the future? What role can we play as universities?
Thank you. And first of all, my apologies that I could not be here earlier today, but as program director, we had examination committees. That's also part of an academic life. But happy to have joined this afternoon. So thank you for the late lunch. That was very helpful. And also for having me. So basically the question is, why are you here, Steven? Right? But I have an answer, no worries. Yesterday morning, I had a call with one of my master thesis students, Boris. He's from Ukraine. And he asked my teaching assistant to have it remotely, not in my office, because for supervising master thesis students, it's always more helpful to have this physical meeting. But of course, it was fine. And then when he dialed in, the first question I asked was, are you safe and how are you? So I saw these posters with two parts, and I think it's part of the format. What do you teach the students? What do you teach the teachers? For me, it's what did Ukraine teach me? Because I think until 5 years ago, I would never have asked or started a meeting with my master thesis students asking, how are you? And now I realized how important it is, because if a student is struggling with a war situation, I had last year a student who lost her grandparents during my supervision period. And that, of course, heavily impacted it. And it also prolonged the process, but luckily it ended very successful. So if you are in a very difficult situation because of the war or because of mental health issues, it dramatically affects, of course, the way how your role as a student can be. I would never do it in front of teaching. Next week, I start teaching for 450 students. Then I don't ask, how are you? No, this is a group, and you should treat them as a group. And then I need to be disciplined, because otherwise they are going crazy. But that is completely different than having a person-to-person talk with the master thesis student. If he or she is not entirely okay, there is no point. And sometimes we just talk for 15, 20 minutes about a personal situation. I try to give them a bit of courage. It's fine that you postpone if you have a good reason. Let's meet maybe next week. So that is what my Ukrainian students taught me, to do it in a different way. That's a learning experience for me. So thank you for that, despite, of course, this terrible ongoing war. In February, March 22, a lot happened, also at this university. I wouldn't say we could be proud of it, but we took our responsibility. A lot happened. But that does not exclude that everyone should always think, what can I do? If you're always thinking about, the rector needs to do this, and this department needs to do that, okay, that's a bit easy. So what I did, I was teaching my students, it was then still a Dutch course, about European integration history, and actually I was teaching about why Europe has not an army, the European Union. I stimulated my students, and we set up a small solidarity activity for one student I was in touch with in Ukraine. And of course I was criticized for it. Why do you only do it for this student and not for the others? And then I said, wait. That does not exclude that everybody else at this university also does the same. And we made a kind of presentation, and we had leaflets, and I also insisted on including a saying of the Talmud, whoever saves a single life saves a humanity. That is what we did. We raised 3,000 euros just to support this particular student because he could not study anymore, he was unable to work. It finished then for other reasons. And I'm still very proud of it, that I was able to stimulate a group of students. Of course, it will never be all the students, but at least if you have one group of students that presenting something for a bigger group, then already a lot could be achieved. So also in that period since, so no misunderstanding, I'm not a specialist on Ukraine, not even on Eastern Europe. I don't speak the languages, I'm just trying to follow and understand the European Union since 25 years, so that is my point of view. But of course, since the war has become so important, and I was also commenting on the war, in the Flemish media teaching about it, then I decided, it was also actually a postponement because I could have been in Ukraine before because I had a project on political parties in non-EU countries, but because of COVID, it didn't go well. I decided then to travel to Ukraine in August 22. And that, I mean, probably you have very strong memories, but we of course tend to forget. But that time I didn't even tell my own mother that I was traveling to Ukraine. So that was still quite something, and I was very happy that I did so, to see it with my own eyes. After all, I'm a political scientist. I'm not an archaeologist, so I do not need to wait for 1,000 years. It's ongoing. So I wanted to see and feel, understand, therefore understand, a capital. I'm not a security specialist, so I did not go to the front. What should I do there? I'm not a war tourist. I'm a political scientist, and I wanted to feel and see and understand what it means to have a capital of a European country at war. So I spoke with journalists, I spoke with activists, I spoke with academics and politicians. I went to Irpin, I went to Bucha, and of course also to Kiev, the capital. And if you remember it well, it was just the last days before the Russians started to attack civilian infrastructure. They started in September 22. And that really helped me to understand. And these anecdotal evidence, of course, my own pictures, I'm still sharing them. When I'm teaching, even in my latest book on the future of the EU, I have my own pictures. In the meantime, I was able to travel to all the candidate countries. Moldova was the last in 2025. And then sometimes people ask, what is the added value? Of course, I can also read newspapers. I also watch the news. That is not a point. But my response is always, if you know everything about a painter, if you know the study of the colors of the painting, don't you want to go to the museum to see the painting yourself? It's a different experience. Of course, everybody understands, so that's why I'm a political scientist. I wanted to go there. And it really helps me to teach, preach. That's not always a clear distinction as far as I'm concerned. And to publish. Maybe I can tell a few things about that. Of course, the facts are what they are, but the questions, of course, how do you present them to my students, to the Flemish audiences, because I'm lucky to be regularly invited, radio, television, as the people for Flanders might know and recognize my face or my voice. So I'm talking with journalists, with diplomats, with politicians. What can you add? I will not change the course of the war. What is then your added value? Of course, it's my task, first of all, to try to explain. That is something different than justify. Explain what is going on for people who have less time to follow all the details of the politics, how decision-making takes place within the EU, what is the effect of the war on the European Union, etc. Never in a neutral way. I wouldn't know what it is to be neutral. Often people confuse neutrality with independence. Independent I am, for sure. I do not need to ask the permission, let alone what I'm going to say about Ukraine or the EU to the rector. So that's what this academic freedom is about. And my students will not be evaluated on the question whether they are in favor or not of the war in Ukraine. But of course, I will be very clear what my position is. They will be evaluated on the number of arguments they are giving. So I think this is very important, because why? I believe in the short-term effects, and then I will finish, the short-term effects on public opinion. If you have, among many others, academics in the public sphere that do say things that are not entirely crazy, it's more easy for the politicians and for the diplomats and even for the journalists to do a decent job. Because after all, also, our democracies are very vulnerable, not in the same way, of course, as Ukraine, but we're also dealing with the far right as well as the far left. And the more serious, maybe boring things we tell about what is going on, the more difficult it becomes for the far left and the far right to say whatever they want. It's based on a comment I received from a diplomat who said, you are also shaping the public sphere. If you intervene in the media, it's more easy for us to work in the background as a diplomat and as a politician, and it also avoids that stupid things are being said, or at least the chance is less likely that utterly stupid things about Vladimir Putin, etc., are said in the media. That's the short-term effect. The long-term effect is, of course, we are training, we hope, the future decision makers of this continent, which is under threat. Students that I have been teaching, not even political science, because as I said, it's a big course, 450 next week, so also a lot of students from the law department, from economics. It's satisfying to at least believe that they have heard what I think is the message of the current war in Ukraine as far as the future of the EU is concerned.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I actually want to go to our colleagues online. If I'm correct, we have 2 people from the University of Bethlehem with us. And I think it's also very interesting to hear from them how they experience the situation. So if it's possible for you to comment as well, I see 2 people. So the question would maybe be also for you how your context influences how you think about the third mission, or how it has shaped your idea of the third mission in your university, and also how universities that are not in any conflict or crisis situation can assist you or can collaborate with you to really collaborate with you for the good of what it is that you need. I see Laith and Hanan. Can I ask one of you to respond? Is it possible?
I don't think they're here.
They don't hear?
No, we can hear you, so I don't think, but the windows are closed.
Just to check if you hear us, can you say something in the chat to give a sign? Smiley? No. Okay. Yeah, something might be. Oh, yeah, something is happening. Hi.
Hi,
Welcome.
everyone. Sorry, it's just we're at the university still, and we're having like some connective.
Don't worry. Was it clear, the question? Are you willing to respond?
Can you just repeat that one last time, because we were just we changed like the Wi-Fi system.
Don't worry. So I'm just wondering, because we have this experience with Ukraine for quite some, 2 or 3 years that we've been working closely together. And as Dmytro has explained, during the crisis context, the whole understanding of the third mission became more strong, or it crystallized itself more profoundly. So I'm wondering, given your context, how has your situation influenced your understanding of a third mission in the university? And secondly, how can universities like our universities that are not in the same context as you collaborate with you and assisting you in the challenges that you are facing today? Is that clear?
Yeah,
Yes.
it is clear. And
Thank you.
There's just so much to say. It's just like us being in a different context kind of like even changes the terminology that we even use. Like, I don't think that we have a third mission per se, but like we have like the mission of the university. And within that mission, it's very clear, even like terms or like definitions that come from service learning have always been part of Bethlehem University's mission and what it stands for, especially like the community engagement, and that we're not just a university that's just doing the learning part. It's even like when we were in Rome and we heard the Pope kind of talk about how we need, as people who are working within the service learning context, to focus on the mind and heart and the hands of the students. Like, that was literally part of our written mission that we've used for years, especially the part of the mind and the heart. And all of that mixed in with the community engagement. So I think, like, speaking at it in the third mission, like, we don't have that per se, but like we've been always at Bethlehem University doing community engagement, whether it was specifically under what we would call right now service learning or not. And I think at Bethlehem University right now, we're doing a lot of progress in institutionalizing Bethlehem service learning at Bethlehem University. And we're trying to figure all of these things out and put them into place and spreading the message of service learning. And I think as Maria, like the founder of Universitate, keeps talking about the constellation of stars, and how I think Ukraine University and Bethlehem University are just two stars in the sky that will connect somehow. I mean, we were just looking at the notebook, I don't know where I even put it, of when Bethlehem University had a service learning conference here. There is literally like your logo on the notebook that we just noticed for the first time after knowing. Oh yeah, it's here. This is when we had the service learning. I don't know if everyone can see it, and your logo is here. So I think we are connected. So I don't know, Ruba, if you want to add anything else.
I'll try to answer the second question. One of the things that we have noticed, at least with what we do in our classes, is how service learning really transformed students. And we're not just talking in terms of like grades, we're talking how like the personality of the students have completely changed, and how they have now become like agent of change and civic actors. And I think one of the things that we have realized, at least is that in our courses, is that students are shocked that they can actually do these kind of things, the campaigns, the activities, and the fact that they're doing them on their own while learning at the same time and providing a service to the community. And something that is very important, which is like being a civic actor and having this civic agency. And I think a lot of them thought students and they live in, let's say, these kind of bubbles where they're safe in their classroom, that they can't really do anything outside the classroom. And then coming to this realization on their own helps this transformation becomes, let's say, a reality. And one of the things that I think is very important is that our students really need to see that what they're doing isn't something that is odd, or is it something that is, let's say, obviously it's unique, but they need to, I would say contact, but they need to see what others are doing as well, and how their work is also valuable and can actually create change and impact on the ground. And to see how other students who are the same age as them can actually, or are, let's say, making changes on the ground and benefiting their local communities.
And one more thing I would like to add is that, like, I think we shared a lot of the challenges in Ukraine and in Palestine, although like they could look differently, but like a lot of the times we have a lot of challenges implementing, whether it's service learning or just a normal class, from strikes to road closures to like things are happening, and there is always like disrupting the learning process in a way. And but I think we always try to stay hopeful first of all, outside of everything. And I think having this solidarity between the I mean, first of all, thank you for having us here. I mean, that's like the first thing we need to say. And that I keep adding to my point that we are connected. But like last year, I did like a service learning project that was with the university in Italy. And where we kind of connected the students online to talk to each other and learn about each other. And even like one of the recent Pope, he also kind of said how we need to humanize digital spaces. And I think having collaborations between students and teachers and universities, whether it's online or face to face, but we can still do it online. The students, most of my students have some of them said we've never talked to anyone outside of Palestine. And a lot of the students from Italy said like, we didn't know like this is what Palestinians are. Like we tend to have a lot of stereotypes about each other and seeing people as the other. And if I would take just one thing outside of the academic learning and the learning outcomes, which were a lot of them, but like one of the things that like on like a human level and like the inner world that we have, they kind of found a lot of like singers that they listen to the same, or like some of our traditions like Italian weddings and Palestinian weddings, they're very similar. They're huge and loud, and both sides didn't know that. So like I think there are definitely challenges, and it's not the easiest thing to do, but I think we always try to find a way despite everything else in Ukraine and in Palestine.
Yeah, and I think one more thing I want to add is that we have done this quite a lot, let's say, in the past 2 to 3 years. And I think what is really missing is the focus on the students, as what Mr. Leith just said, is that we need to bring them together. And then because when you talk about war and we talk about conflicts, the whole point of them is to disrupt the world and to make people feel less connected and disconnected. And I think with service learning, it makes people, or students at least, connected with their local communities. So why not go bigger? Why not what Leith just said? Because students realize that they have things in common with others who come from different backgrounds, different religions, different cultures, people who speak different languages. And I think once we focus on that, because the whole point of service learning isn't just providing service to the community, is also on the students themselves. And I think once the students create these kind of like communities, they will come up with things that are very creative. And this is what we need, especially at times where people are fighting with each other. It's this versus that. It's who. So I think this is what should be, let's say, the main focus right now, especially at these times where, I mean, let's say, taking into consideration our situation and situation in Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Thank you also for your enthusiasm and passion and to share your ideas with us. I think I take note.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, it's a pleasure. I think I take note, and this is something that we have discussed yesterday already. How can we connect our students? Your students are in the context, our students only have hearsay, professors as well. How can we be connected in such a way that your lived experience can be shared in some way or another so that we have a better understanding of your context and be of more value? Maybe I can go back to Mitro one moment. You mentioned already that international networks of solidarity are very important for you. Well, in a few months, this project will come to a close. It was very enriching, I think, for all of us. We have learned a lot. But thinking beyond this project, what kind of collaborations you think would be, in your role also as the Vice Rector of Outreach and Social Engagement, what kind of collaborations do you see could be very beneficial for the mission that you have before you, but also what you see that we can learn or that we should learn from collaborating with you?
Okay, thank you so much. It's a great question indeed. And yeah, so what it turned out that what I say that that networking is of great importance. Definitely, we are talking a lot about that. So the knowledge sharing, the experience sharing is of great importance. I do echo what colleagues from Palestine said, that indeed when you are in the crisis situation, war condition that we have, or any other type of ecological crisis or whatever, certain mission is a little bit different from the typical one. So the typical one is oriented on the development, but here you are either oriented on the preservation and the trust building, or, for example, simply for curing and helping people to live. So it's to your direct question, so indeed a lot of things should be done. And definitely we are talking about the concept as what we called it, the responsible internationalization. So the responsible internationalization is one of the concepts evolving right here, that practically meaning how we could internationalize our activities and institutions in the different field, and how we can include those things that were actually lost during our process. And that's mainly means a number of things, talking about the decolonization of the knowledge, but coming to the practical activities from bringing those communities and experiences that typically are excluded during the university processes. And here, what is a good sign, and what I would like to emphasize and stress. So besides such kind of projects as the ServU, that are actually oriented not only in the development of the methodology, but also to many extents bringing the Ukrainian knowledge of how to cope with the societal problems using this methodology. That's a good sign of how the projects could be evolving. So it's not about only capacity building of training, the service learning for people, for executors, for faculty members, but also to think how the countries in such type of the war-torn conditions can use it for the social purpose. So we know it's like the Syrian practice together. So the one answer is to create such type of the projects, simply to bring what was lost, and especially talking to colleagues from Europe, we should not experience such kind of things, but we definitely should be prepared when we think in terms of the civic resilience. The other part is actually enabling more broader coalitions and collaborations. So the European alliances right now are booming, and this is one of the tracks that we talk a lot about. And Ukrainian institutions right now are the part of the alliances, but only as the associate members. So I think once again, in terms of the responsible responsible internationalization, so alliances itself, when they are created or called, can think how they can incorporate the knowledge about, let me speak about Ukraine, the projects that are connected or developed in Ukraine, but also you see the responses that they could also answer to during their operation as an alliance into their strategic thinking. So I mean, like the placing of such type of the needs into the agenda of the alliances. So when it can be possible, it will be easier for Ukrainian institutions already have this, this networks of collaboration, to have not only like the collaboration within the schemes of, I don't know, of the students' mobility, faculty mobility, but much more broader in terms of the development of the programs and development of the experience. So I think that these two things are of great importance. And then the final one is definitely working with the knowledge. That's what was presented. I'm just saying kudos to this panel. So not to forget and bringing that into the study. They're starting from using like the narratives that we use, using the literature that Ukrainians want to share, and so on and so forth, like to working with the knowledge and doing the knowledge transfer to European communities.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I just want to ask if there is a question from the audience to one of our panel members. Yes, Abi.
Thank you for the insights, and also to hear the colleagues from Bethlehem and from Ukraine. When Steve was talking about individual responsibility that he took, and also Marianne was talking about the European Council and how they were reacting to the Ukraine situation. I don't know if I have a very well-formulated question here, but what I'm wondering is, there are two aspects. One is, when we're talking about the third mission of our university and our community in general, I guess, where is the limits of that third mission, and what is the scope? Is it within our own communities? So how do we think about that scope of the third mission? And the second thing was, when thinking about individual action versus partnerships, and so more structural partnerships with universities, with the communities. One thing that was clear in the first half of our sessions today was the fact that the needs in Ukraine, and I'm assuming that this is the same thing in Palestine at the moment, that the needs of the communities, the needs of the universities are changing very rapidly. And how can we, when we say we want to do these partnerships or even individual actions, how are we able to be responsive to the changing needs, and how are we able to actually, even what one of them said earlier, that instead of telling them this is what you need, or how do we really capture what the needs are in a society that's going through a crisis? Thank you.
Thank you for these questions. I will start with the first, because the second is a bit more how an organization should be responsive, right? If I understood it correctly? Yeah. So what are the limits of the third mission? How far can you go? How far should you go? I think the limits are the first and the second mission. As long as it has a link with teaching or research, right? This was what's presented, because for me, actually, it was the first time I heard about third mission. But I understand, and no worry. So I think the limit as an academic is the first and the second mission. As long as there's a link between the first with teaching or with research, we are fine. Of course, as a person, I also can do more. I can help in a volunteering group in Brussels, but that is my free time, then it's my personal life. of course, everything is linked with everything, but that is then a different role. Then I do it as a citizen. When I do it as an academic, it's because I'm teaching students, and what I tell on the television is actually totally the same as I tell my students. And when I do research, I have the academic freedom to choose the topics that I want. I can do research about transport policy, but sorry, from my point of view, it's totally boring. I rather dive into the question of candidate countries. So, and both link with Ukraine. So I think these are the limits. The limits are because they are linked, and as long as it's strengthening each other, because it's not only the teaching that stimulates the third mission, or the research that stimulates the third mission. Out of the third mission, you can also be stimulated in teaching and doing research, as well as research and teaching is not separated, because that's the definition of academic education and academic research. So that would be my answer. In practice, of course, there is also always the question, how can you make a difference? You can do a lot, but just repeating what everybody else is already doing, maybe that's satisfying for other people, but not for me. So you always try to find an angle, I think, to make a difference. That is why I'm currently teaching at University of Sarajevo. And I can share with you that it has 3 effects. It helps me, of course, first of all, but I don't want to talk too much about myself. It helps, of course, me to understand the local situation, actually a country after war and still struggling with it. If there would ever be a ceasefire, and if there would ever be something that sounds like peace, I hope Ukraine will be on a much faster track than Bosnia. It's a really tragic situation, although I do not want to compare cases with each other. It doesn't make any sense. But what is the effect of going there? It could have been Lviv, but now currently for all kind of circumstances, it's Sarajevo. What is the effect? The effect is that they understand that there is some interest, not just from the European Union, but from the old member states, from Belgium and from a university, which has a very big reputation. They say like, oh wow, somebody is doing the effort to come to Sarajevo and to be interested in us. So I think this empathy effect is something that I did not have on my radar, but that really came out. That's the first thing. The second is, of course, I'm not teaching them in the way lecturing them. What should I? If I would go to Ukraine, I'm not going to lecture the people of Ukraine. I would explain the students of Ukraine what I'm telling the students in Belgium, and then see what does it mean for them, and checking. That's a different kind of a perspective that you bring. And the third, that is the toughest, but that again links, I might be an activist in my free time, but professionally I'm a political scientist, so my message needs to be very clear and straightforward. So when I'm talking about in enlargement, I tell a very clear message in Bosnia, and I would do the same in Ukraine. I would say, well, the countries of Central and Eastern Europe is not a problem. It's Western Europe that is a problem. Sorry, they are not interested in you. None of the 5, certainly excluding maybe Italy, and the real problem is France and the Netherlands. When the real question would occur, if Bosnia or Ukraine, taking these both cases, could become a member of the EU, will the politicians be courageous enough to do it through parliamentary ratification, or will they organize a referendum? And if it's a referendum, it's over and out. It's as simple as this. Just these 2 countries, France and the Netherlands, which is a tough message for students of 18, 19-year-old in Bosnia. But they are happy that at least I bring them a very clear message, straightforward, and then I think I stick to my role as academic. So given what they cannot have, this practical experience also, what I do in Sarajevo and the rest of Europe, of course I also do in Brussels, we have the enormous privilege to be 15 minutes from the European Parliament by a train. So I spend a lot of time also in the Brussels bubble, so I think I know a bit what is going on. And that is also, I think, my role then, to bring them a very clear and transparent message. This is the problem. The problem is not you. The problem is not Finland. The problem is not maybe even Spain or Portugal or Ireland. I'm sorry to say, but the problem is the founding countries of the European Union.
So bringing the students closer together could maybe help to bridge in a way. Marie-Anne.
Yes, I would like to build a little bit on what Professor Van Hecke said about the limitations of the third mission and the importance of research here. I think there is a parallelism with the problems that we see and that we study in the Council of Europe of the erosion of academic freedom. There are many elements that hamper academics to do their research freely, be it the choice of the research topic, there is of course the traditional limitation that a state intervenes, but there is also the whole financial construction for what kind of research do we receive funding. And where indeed the sponsors, whatever they are, albeit the European Union that only wants us to do research or to fund research in a certain disciplines. But the question is, when you work for society, you work on the demands of that society. And how far do you go? When will you tell something as an academic that is not the thing that the society wants to hear? Because all kind of situations. We also know that in situations of war, there can be, even in countries that are not directly affected by war, a kind of security discourse that is also very dangerous for academics to speak up or even to brainstorm on several, let's say, solutions or alternative solutions. Will we do this or will we do that? What would be the best, etc. So indeed, it's always a delicate balance where universities take their public responsibility, but will not confound it with pleasing the public, and that's a theory. And I think when you're completely in crisis, you have no time to think about all these aspects. But in countries like ours, we have to remain very wary of that. And Council of Europe is also now going to prepare, we hope, a binding legal instrument obliging member states to guarantee or to have a framework that guarantees that academic freedom in the definition that the Council of Europe is for the moment preparing, because we are now unpacking all these aspects and all these factors that limit it, and crises are moments that new obstacles arise. For the needs, yes, they change. They change also from country to country. So as was said, dialogue is extremely important in the identification of needs. And that's also one of the reasons that in the Council of Europe, with that EduRes framework, that is not perfect and that absolutely needs to be further elaborated, that the third pillar is this involvement of the stakeholders in the decision-making, because otherwise it could be that you overlook something that your stakeholders encounter. And yeah, dialogue, understanding, and when it goes international, intercultural understanding remains key.
Thank you so much. I think time-wise we came. Another, yeah, Olga. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry.
Thank you. Actually, I was keeping silence today, almost all the day. I was much more talkative yesterday. Just not because I'm not interesting, vice versa. I'm so interesting and so personal patient to this project that I was rethinking. And of course, we will have a final event in the summer, but I'm feeling that project is coming to end, that it makes me to reflect more and more. And actually, you know, I'm not a scholar. That is why I'm thinking of the words of people are saying. And Sophia today said that she likes the acronym of the project, that is ServU, that is like serving, and U stands for Ukraine. But now I will step back a little bit from my passive thinking and talking. You know, during these 3 years of project, always keeping in mind the dissemination plan, of course, of the project, but also because of my personal engagement and involvement, I was trying to disseminate and to mention about the project as much as possible at any platform I have. It was intentionally presentation of project or just unintentionally. And actually, I also met questions like, okay, it's a project for Ukraine during wartime, but what if so the war will finish, or actually is it can be used for other regions not connected to war, and so on and so forth. And of course, my first answer is obviously, because I can be not precise in data, but as far as I know, according to the lately published report of RULAC, it's a rule of law in armed conflict. It's an online portal who fixes the armed conflicts. It's not only about international or cross-border wars, but any type of armed conflicts. And they fixed around more than 100 war conflicts during the year. And that involves around 50 countries. Just imagine we have a little bit more than 200 countries on the globe, and 1/4 are involved in armed conflicts. That is actually data to be resynced. And actually a lot of results of war caused by war can be caused by other leverages, like COVID or something, you know. Of course, it's something not so subjective, more objective, but still. And now, and actually our colleagues from Bethlehem also mentioned about the special workshop we made. It was not in the program of project, but we cooperate with them within other project, and knowing that they can make a benefit from the results of this project, we organize a special workshop for them to disseminate some results. And you know, and actually both Marianne and Steven and Dmytro, they also summarize that there is a lot of things that can be learned even if they will not be practical, and hopefully they will not be practically implemented. And that is why I'm coming back to the acronym, that probably this letter U is not only Ukraine, it's U like English word you. It's a project that serves to you all. And I really have the feeling that it was a really successful project. And sorry that I'm so finalizing. Probably we will continue in some other ways, but still it's you. It's you, it's everybody. It's Y-O-U, like English words, you, all of you, who are here, who are outside, who can learn from this project. I have an example that you probably, colleagues who work in the project know, that during the breakout of the war conflict in Congo, our colleagues ask us, can we translate this first results of the projects into French, just to disseminate for our colleagues in Congo, because they are facing these same problems now. And Yeah, so I was rethinking that actually, yes, this project was, of course, mainly organized like for support Ukraine in this war. But, you know, I even don't want to say unfortunately, because fortunately it can and it will be useful. Even I would prefer for theoretical rethinking, not for practical implications. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Olga. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Also for the panel discussion. I mean, that's always a thing. You start a discussion, then it becomes really interesting and more interesting, and then you have to stop because, yeah, the time is there. So I'm really sorry to be the party pooper, but yeah, that's the way it is. I want to thank Dnipro. Thank you for joining online, as well as Steven, Marianne, but also the colleagues from Bethlehem University. Thank you for sharing your experiences. And also Kathia, of course, for moderating this panel discussion. So thank you for this panel. If you want, you can go back to the room, but if you want to stay up here, it's also fine. So that means that we have come to the close of this seminar. There was a lot going on today. I mean, we think we listened like to a lot of people, a lot of experiences, a lot of perspectives, which was really interesting, of course. But I do think that we can conclude that service learning is just really important, even or more, especially in times of war and recovery. I think that's really clear with all the perspectives that we heard today. And as well as, like Sophia, like you said, with this service learning, you can also, it's not only about service learning as a pedagogy, but it's also about supporting communities, but it's also about building resilience in students and in the communities as well, of course, but it's also for students and teachers. This is really important. And I feel like in the projects, when it started in 2023, I feel this word of resilience and hope and action, it's like the three most common words that I heard in this project, but I also felt them throughout the project. And that's something that you really learned me. I think maybe other colleagues as well in the project. I can only speak for myself, but that's really something that you teach us as being part of this project. And of course, what you also said is you have to keep fighting, like for education, but also for Ukraine, for the future. And we just have to keep fighting and keep living in a way that's still possible. And I think service learning or education maybe in general is really important in that case. And I think it's also like the fourth mission that Mykola talked about. We just have to do something. So also let's keep that in mind. And before we really conclude, I also want to thank some people. Of course, it's really important at the final seminar of this work package. Of course, there's always a list of people because there's already like a lot of people involved. But I want to start with the teachers and the students of the service learning courses, because they, nice pictures of the project, but they really developed these service learning courses. They really put through all the hard work, because it's not easy to develop a course in general, but it's definitely not easy to do a service learning course. So I really want to thank you, and I hope that you are that you know that you're ambassadors for service learning, but you're also ambassadors for the future of Ukraine. So thank you. And secondly, I would also like to thank the colleagues that were involved in this work package, not yet, but thank you. The colleagues that were part of this work package, really in the meeting and the coordinations of all universities. I mean, I could not have done this without you, and it's really true, because you were so highly motivated and so enthusiastic, and you worked really hard. Even if I asked things really last minute, you were always there. So thank you so much for all your effort and just being there and really carrying the project. So thank you. And also a special thank you to Sophia, because without you, there would not have been the ServU project. But of course, you also did not do it alone. You also have like a really big team behind you. And yeah, I also want to thank the people more backstage, or how do you call it? Like, we have the people that were involved in the courses, that were involved in the project coordination, but we also have like finance officers, communication officers, and so on. I can't even imagine to think like where to start, who was all involved. So also thank you to that team backstage, I think. And then I also want to thank the associated partners. Thank you for that slide. As you can see, there's a lot of them, but especially like for the work package 4, we also, with all the regional partners, we worked closely together, but also with KLAIS and EASLED, or the European Association of Service Learning, and the business school in Germany. They really they provided us with reviewers for the service learning courses, so they also had they worked together with us in this work package. So thank you to the associated partners. So I also want to thank, sorry, it's a long list, but I also want to thank the colleagues of KU Leuven Engage for being here, but also for supporting me throughout organizing this seminar. It was not only today, it was also before, but even today, like doing the catering and stuff, it really means a lot that you have a team there to support you at KU Leuven. And especially Kathia, I want to thank you personally, because you're my partner in crime, and I really value your support. So thank you. Yeah. So, and finally, to all the people that attended online or on site, it really shows that you think that it's really important to talk about this kind of topics. So I also want to thank you just for being here. And I just, want to be great. I want to say that I'm grateful to be being part of this project, and that's Sophia, that you also trusted like the other universities that were part of this project to be in this project with you. And that we were able to support you in any way that was possible at the moment. And it's really nice to see that there's also people from other countries around the world being here and supporting you. It's also like in unity, in solidarity with Ukraine and other countries in crisis and in war. And it gives me kind of hope for the future, like hope that education can be really valuable, and that service learning can be a really valuable tool to, I don't know, maybe hope for a better world in any way. So thank you all for being here. Yes, thank you for reminding me. I also had some slides with all the materials. Now everything is just... but like all the materials that we developed, you can always access them on the official ServU website. So we have an free online course on service learning in war times. There is a Ukrainian resource platform as well. And there's the guidelines on the community needs assessment, but also on pedagogy of service learning in times of war and recovery. And if you can go to the next slides, you can always scan the QR code just to keep updated on the project. It's on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and we have the official website. So now I'm really done. Thanks.